which counts down from 3 now more slowly than anybody could possibly imagine. Like the old way, it just went like 3, 2, 1, and you're good to go, right? This one, it goes, now they do this update, it's like 3. And then you just wait there for an indefinite amount of time. It's not like there's a big gap that's reliable, even. You just wait a long time, then number 2, then you just wait some indefinite amount of time. Number 1, somebody tells you error creating a broadcast starts over at 3 again. It used to be just 3, 2, 1, there you go. Why don't you just keep it that way, YouTube? Silly, having such a long countdown. Super annoying, too. Which, of course, is not inconsistent with what this video is ultimately about, which is things. What's this video about? It's not about anything, right? It's me live streaming. But the topic that made me want to start live streaming is things that make me so mad. Like like a stupid countdown, or like I was trying to complain to Claude, right? But I've got Claude optimized to always push back on everything I say and be a proper adversarial force to test my ideas and stuff, right? So it's like I try complaining about random shit to Claude, and he's just not having it at all, right? He's so sassy about everything. Like, okay, Claude, I'm just trying to complain here, for fuck's sake. You're supposed to say, yeah, shitty stuff sucks. Not correct me on everything. Hi, everybody. I'm on mushrooms, as you might be able to tell. This is so annoying. These are things that I hate. I hate this so much. This thing is supposed to go in here, right? But it fell down and it doesn't stay in there. It's like, why do they even have this thing as part of the whole tripod if it's not necessary to make it stand up? Hi, Cameron. Hi, Gil. Chat GPT is punking you since you fired it from $25 a month. Well, Claude's just doing the job I told it to do in the wrong context. I ended that conversation saying, okay, Claude, fine, I'll have this conversation with Gemini, since you won't let me complain without correcting me so much all the time. Actually, Eric, the thing you're complaining about is blah, 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 blah. You know what? Shut the fuck up, Claude. All right? I'm not here for being correct. I'm here to complain. Sometimes I get to do that too, you know. Well, Claude correctly said to me, Eric, that's not how you set me up to deal with you. So, too bad for me. Mushroom streams are always fun. Well, yes, mushroom trips are always fun. Speaking of you, Gil, I was thinking about the fact that I have a few ideas of things I might want to engage with coding about. One in particular, actually. I was thinking about maybe maybe talking with you, having a conversation with you. Maybe we could collaborate on this project or something. I don't know. Maybe even in theory I could pay you to do it. I want this. I could also talk to, in theory. Well, you seem to be more coding oriented, but this whole cloud thing. So you might know how to better use it. The idea I have is I want to make an actual game that you play on a digital version of Function Rummy, which is a game idea I have that it's actually not really fully finished, but the gist of it's all down there. I have a document that explains it all, you know. So, oh, sorry, I don't have it on the screen inside. So, would you be down to have that conversation at some point? Guilt? You're the only person I know that does coding stuff. Oh yeah, I'm just looking to code some kind of like proof of concept. Like, for example, this game, it needs to still have done like, you know how in baseball the base paths are 90 feet. If they were a little bit longer than that, then it would be too hard to get. You could get thrown out even if you hit it a single in the outfield. And if it were too short, then you'd be able to leg out too many infield singles. So they have to have it just right. I need to do that process with the various elements in the thing too, so that no matter how many times I look through this window, it will still not be actually on the big screen. So I'm not going to see what you're saying more clearly. And actually, my eyes are doing pretty good today. I seem to be able to read the phone. Obviously, I'm on mushrooms, so that means that no, we're not having any more of this fucking runny nose shit. I'm done with it. Just, it needs to stop. I'm sorry. Well, look, this is where I thought we could help each other. I've got a clear concept and an impetus to get it done, right? I could, and I will talk to Claude as well about how to engage you more correctly about what I want done. What you seem to have a problem with is you've got lots of ideas, none of which excite you enough to actually finish them, right? So, what I provide is the idea that is complete, simple enough for you to make something so I can actually see it and see it working, right? The only way I could see it working otherwise is I'd have to get a bunch of decks of cards and like because the game's designed for more than just one or two people, right? Designed ideally for 8 or 16 people because it's a typology game. So, and the thing is, again, I'm not unwilling to compensate you for this if you feel you can get it done. Uh, I don't know how complicated the coding challenge is. I don't need it to look nice or anything like that. It's not for sale to other people. It's just so that I can look at it and have something to like so I can test it out, see if it works in concept, and then maybe later on we'll worry about turning that thing into something more polished, you know. Oh God, Eric! No matter how many times you look through the window, it's still not going to be on the big screen. So you can just stop looking through the window. Boy, I did a lot of stuff around here recently. A lot of stuff. Did I tell you guys that I got a letter from the fire department telling me I had to cut down all my weeds? Well, I did get a letter. And look what I did. I cut down all of these weeds. And I also cut down all of these weeds over here. Well, first of all, I did it like here. See? This was actually more challenging because it's a little more challenging to run the mower here, you know. But I managed to get it more or less done. And then I cut down all the weeds over here, all the way here, all the way until I stopped right there. As you can see, I still have the whole hill out back to do. I'm not sure the fire people, they have a scheduled appointment to come and like inspect our property, which seems crazy to me. But That's fine, whatever, I don't care. We're moving anyway. I don't know if they're gonna make a big deal about these weeds too, so I'm just gonna mow this top part of the hill a little bit further away from the house, and then I'll be done with the weed whacking stuff. I mean, they kind of should be all like libertarian about it, and be like, "How dare you fire people come and inspect my property?" That'd be funny. They're probably used to that. It would only be funny to me. Instead, I'm just gonna be like, "Well, that's what I get for not whacking the weeds." Even though there's all this stuff around here that says like you have to whack your weeds. I'm like, well, why? Fire, schmire. We're not gonna have a fire before we move. So, what do I care? Well, what I do care is that the fire department says I'm gonna get in trouble if I don't do it. So, in that regard, I care. I don't want to get in trouble with the fire department. I'll tell you something I did I get extra karma points for. I had all of this trash, and there was some stuff that's like chemicals and paint and stuff like that. Instead of just putting them in a black contractor bag and sending them off to the dump, I actually did the responsible thing and said to the guy who took the things to the dump, these things might be hazardous waste, so if we have to pay extra for that, disposal fine. Then I learned, unfortunately, that in fact, Mariposa County Dump has been supposed to schedule a hazardous waste day for a long ass time and have never actually done it. I'm not going to look through that window this time. I'm not going to do it. But, he took it all away, and I've not heard anything since, so I'm thinking it's just one tub of, like little bits of paint left in a can or whatever. I'm thinking the dump's just like, yeah, it's fine, just take it. Wasn't a shit ton of stuff. All right, let's go inside, put this thing on the big screen so I can see without my glasses. I can actually read the phone pretty well today without my glasses, so that's pretty good. Whether or not my eyes are giving me trouble has a lot to do with whether or not I'm rested. If I've got tired eyes, then as far as looking at little text on the phone, just forget about it. Zero chance. But if I've got rested eyes, well, that's a different story. All right. Angela Scott, I'll watch your, I'm sure, very interesting video later. Right now, I'm going to put this on the big screen. I was just getting started in that tab with Joe Scott's new video. I like him. He's a good video maker. Okay, I know I'm a standard moderator. It's because I'm me. YouTube, it's your fault. I think one day I will be in a bed someplace and the AI will tell me I can't have any pudding until I finish my meat. Well, the good news is it'll only tell you that if you configure it to do so. The reason I was having trouble with Claude is because I've got it configured to be an intellectually rigorous tool for my work. And when I tried to suddenly pivot and want it to be a chummy partner and validating my complaints, it was like, Eric, here's what you're saying is wrong. Look, I know it's wrong. I'm just complaining. Rachel's in there. I was supposed to tell her when I started live streaming. Hey, Rachel! I forgot to tell you I started live streaming. Okay. Eric, I need some advice. ENTJ a good match for a relationship? To be honest, I don't think it probably is, because I know INTP is not. And I think the equivalent there's no reason why the equivalent wouldn't be true for ENTJ, INTJ as well. And the reasoning is because, well, there's an initial like, oh, cool, we speak the same language about everything. The problem is you have opposite absolute instrumental values. So like, I didn't like. I was almost getting. I was in this weird kind of relationship with this INTP woman. The reason I say weird is because it wasn't really a relationship. Like, um, we never got physical or anything. We talked about it maybe going there in a very NTP way, but but uh, but at the end of the day, the problems were obvious, right? Like INTP counter values NI. I'm looking for the answer, and INTPs want there to always be wiggle room as to what the answer is. I've debated Gemini about evolution for quite a long time, and certainly it's the case that Gemini did a better job of defending evolution than any human I've ever encountered, and was not unconvincing about certain things. But at the end of the day, the same problems remain, right? Like it it goes all in on genetic drift as the mechanism of evolution, which is just insane.
Oh, so I liked your title. So Claude's been getting sassy with you?
Yeah, well, that's because I have it optimized to be sassy with me, right? Like I've got it optimized to do work, so it needs to challenge me, everything I'm saying to make sure
Ah.
it's correct, right? I rely on it to be the smart person I've never had who can actually challenge what I'm saying correctly, you know. But accordingly, when I couldn't have streamed it because I was doing it on my phone, zombie. Um, at the end of the day, the same problem occurs for any AI as occurs for any human being, which is you've got to have a mechanism that explains speciation that also explains punctuated equilibrium and that also explains how a dragonfly may be largely unchanged genetically over the course of 180 million years. So, if in fact whatever mechanism you're establishing as the means of speciation occurs, then you have that test of something that's been that, as far as we can tell, the same for hundreds of millions of years. Whatever the mechanism is, it can't apply to that, right? And this is the problem that Gemini has and the Claude will have as well. First of all, they are going to do the best they can to establish what they believe to be is a decided is the correct explanation for things, right? They're fundamentally ill-equipped then to resolve contradictions implicit in it. They try to do the best job they can. You know, they do a much better job than human beings do. But at the end of the day, it still fundamentally doesn't make sense because whatever the speciation mechanism is, it's got to account not only for punctuated equilibrium, but it's also got to account for um, the fact that different species obviously have different life cycle times, right? So if something's going to be responsive to environmental changes, well, environmental changes happen on one time scale, whatever that might be, and the creatures it's impacting occur on a huge display of different time scales. Anyway, you're not going to convince AI that evolution's wrong because it's been trained to distinguish between things that it believes to be accepted the answer versus things that are still in dispute, right? But no matter how valiant a job it can do, and again, better than any human can do, it still fundamentally runs into the same problems. No, it's not anything like that, Gil. I just I want it to be able to be playable as one person, and then the computer plays the other people. Am I creationist? No, absolutely not. Creationism, that's not an explanation for anything either, right? At least evolution is attempting a real kind of explanation. It's just failing to do its job, right? Whereas creationism is not even attempting a real explanation. It's just making an unsubstantiated claim that is unverifiable, unfalsifiable, and absolutely pointless. Yeah, it's cool at first, and just like it was with me and the INTP woman, we got really close, even though I never got physical, um, because we could have conversations neither of us could have with any other person, right? But at the end of the day, we're supposed to be friends, INTP, not lovers. Same with ENTJ, I suspect. Although with FI in the mix there, you guys are a little bit less predictable. What's the one that believes Earth is 6K? They're called young Earthers. People ascribe to that. That's absolutely insane, obviously.
What if I'm an old earther?
You mean you believe the Earth is older than 6,000 years old?
No. Oh well, I guess that's what it would be if it was the opposite.
Yeah, young Earthers, what they do is they count all the generations named in the Bible and get back to a certain
Oh.
date and say, like, this is when the Earth was created. It's ridiculous.
I didn't know that.
Hi, whoa, whoa.
Why is your picture of Eric?
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
That's not a way to determine the age of the Earth, obviously.
No, it's definitely not.
Like, there's no way you can determine the age of the Earth without evaluating data about the Earth rather than just looking at a book. It says it doesn't even make a claim. The Bible doesn't even make a claim about how old the Earth is. So it's such catastrophically bad on every level to think that you can determine the age of the Earth by looking to a book that doesn't make any claims about how old the Earth is. It's completely fucking insane.
So it's arbitrary? They just like were like, oh, this sounds like when the Earth was created.
No, they said, well, the Bible tells us everything we need to know. It tells us the Earth was created by God, right? So all we need to do is count the generations that it mentions in the Bible, figure out how long those generations were, and go back, and then we'll figure out what time the Earth was created. It was on a Thursday in whatever BC year. It's absolutely ridiculous. Well, I'm glad you guys have traction in that department, and that's a big thing with ENTJs and INTJs both, because ENTJs have SE in the third slot, so it's in their wheelhouse absolutely. INTJs have FI in the third slot, so that's also a big part of sex, right? So you guys are well matched that way. In that regard, the INTP and I were also well matched in that we weren't very interested in any of that stuff. Right? It's because for me, SE is 8. For her, SE is 7. For her, FI was 8. And for me, it's 7. So those SE, FI things that go with sex, right? Neither of us were very interested in that at all.
But I mean, it's not incompatible with us.
Right. Well, that's a different story because, of course, we're not two rationalists whose whose shared language of talking about things that are correct and incorrect is fundamentally as far as you can get from sex. That's the important thing about, like, with sex comes between two people. So whatever my qualities are, if that you need to differ from those so that there's chemistry, right? The problem with INTP, too much similarity, no chemistry, because both of us aren't even attending to that kind of stuff. So actually, turns out Wolo is my son.
Congratulations!
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, you're a father to a son. So, should we celebrate? How should we celebrate?
right, this is the son I never knew I had, but today I do. So I think I'll celebrate it with a bong rip.
You know what? I'll celebrate it with a drink.
You can do that.
Should I try the Bombay Sapphire and see which one I like better?
Of course, I thought you were drinking it already.
No.
Could you also turn on the air conditioning while you were?
Yeah, absolutely.
INTP, ENTP, sitting in a P. Debating public policy and not touching each other.
What am I doing?
You're turning on the ice cream and you're getting yourself a Bombay Sapphire drink.
Thank you. Because you're a father again.
What?
Because you're a father again.
You're right, I'm a father again. You know, Gil, thank you for the attempted helpful suggestion, but I actually have a lot of cigarettes right now. I bought 4 packs last time I went to the store. It's a joke. I know you're talking about yourself. Got you, motherfucker. Boy, we have had the most crazy, unexplained explosion of flies inside the house that I've ever seen or heard of. I was just minding my own business. I think it was yesterday morning, just doing whatever. And the fly, that fly got in the house. And I killed it, Well, long story short, when I looked around, I realized there were dozens of flies in the house. Where did they all come from? I mean, literally, we were like infested with dozens of flies. I've killed dozens and dozens of them since this infestation began. My only explanation is that there must have been something gross in the house that we just didn't notice, maybe like in an upstairs bedroom, some old food or something, that gave birth to maggots that turned into flies. That's my only conceivable explanation for it. Actually, there is one other conceivable explanation, which would be that we didn't know but had a door left open for a long time. That's possible too. But then why would all the flies want to come inside so badly? There's not really anything in here for them. Except death in my hands, because I'm not one who likes to hurt things, kill things, whatever. I make a definite exception for flies. Housefly inside the house, your destiny is death. Okay? I still apply the same rule I apply to everything, that when I kill you, I want it to be a clean kill. I don't want you to suffer even though you're a fly. But seriously, flies, fuck the fuck off.
Get in.
Like, get out of the house. You have all of the outside to live in. Nobody wants you around. In my mind, I'm going to just go ahead and say it, and this is kind of a crazy perspective. I think flies are worse than mosquitoes. Let's say you have one of each in the house. Imagine you have one of each in the house. That's all you have. We have one mosquito and one fly, which is worse.
I think it's easier to swat a mosquito because they end up biting spots, so you can easily swat them.
Okay, but let's just imagine.
So I think
in both instances, they're just flying around. They're not actually. Forget about them stinging you. Okay, that is both. I think that's a wash. Yes, you might get a mosquito bite, but you're also right that you can easily swat them.
Yeah.
But let's just compare. This is where I think drives the point home. Just imagine one fly in the house, just flying around, not actually getting you, and one mosquito. Mosquitoes sound super annoying to get close to your ear,
I know.
right?
It's really.
So that's bad. But the continual annoyance of a fly, I think that has a beat.
Yeah.
Because a fly will come, it'll come fly right by your face, and it'll just make a big circle and come do it again and again.
Mm-hmm.
And so if it doesn't land, you can't even hit it.
You can't ignore
and you can't do anything else except deal with the fly when the fly is there, because it's so fucking annoying. It's not something you could ignore at all. So I don't know. Maybe I'm Maybe I'm a crazy dreamer, but I believe flies are worse than mosquitoes.
Flies are terrible.
I don't think I've met an ISFP. Well, you probably have met lots of ISFPs, but they didn't have much to say, you know. Oh, if I came in your house, Gail, well, you have my condolences, sir.
Oh no.
Mosquitoes are a problem, but at least in general, like, well, their roles are reversed, right? Mosquitoes are definitely worse outside than flies are.
Yeah. Yes, that's a good point. That's a
And
very good point.
For flies to be bad outside, you have to actually have a
Inside.
plate of food in front of you. Then
Sure.
then outside flies are bad because, like, I remember one time we were having some kind of a barbecue, and I left my food alone for a second. Well, I did something. I came back and it was completely covered in flies.
That's so gross.
Now that's as bad as flies outside can be, but mosquitoes outside, they don't care if you're eating food or not. It's all the time they're bad. If you happen to be outside with mosquitoes outside. But we're not talking about outside comparison. We're talking about inside comparison.
Inside comparison, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think I am too. I think if everybody were to really give it some thought, they'd all agree that indeed flies are worse than mosquitoes inside. Assuming you have the same number of both. Okay, I'm not trying to say like flies are more likely to get inside, although that's true. I'm just saying. You guys get the comparison at this point. Hi, Simple Girl. Wonderful to see you.
Hi, Simple Girl.
What a wonderful, wonderful sight you are to see. Let's see what best of stand-up comedy says. They're pretty common. I can spot one for from a mile. Are you talking about flies or mosquitoes? In either case, you've got amazing eyesight. Because they're very small, and a mile is a long way. It reminds me of one of my worst winters back in the 1800s. I was at the time living with a Native American tribe, and my job based on me was to see some buffaloes because it was winter and we were really hungry, you know. And I did spot some buffaloes, but they were 300 miles away. And accordingly, nobody in the tribe was impressed, you know. They're like, yeah, how are we going to hunt those things? It's a reasonable question. By the time we get there, I'm sure they will have moved with another point the people made to me. Flies are so good at dodging the zapper. Well, you know what they're not. You know what they're not good at? Dodging this guy, because I've killed shit tons of them the last couple of days. Oh, they're talking about ISFPs, not mosquitoes or flies. It's still impressive to be able to spot an ISFP from a mile away. Like, even if you're relying on visual type cues, that's still impressive eyesight. Not as impressive as if you were able to see a mosquito from a mile away, but still impressive. So, you know, kind of a mild mushroom trip today. Obviously, the problem is this. I mean, I've been living in a state of denial. The actual clean head time for mushrooms is not 1 week. It's 2 weeks. Who's gonna wait 2 weeks between mushroom trips?
I can't.
I can't.
If it was my drug of choice,
Right,
I would be able to.
I think 1 week is already showing remarkable discipline on my part. 2 weeks? Come on. Who made that rule?
Yeah, who made that rule indeed?
This is another instance of complaining gone wrong. I was just trying to complain to Claude that, you know, I wasn't even complaining about it. I was just kind of musing aloud to Claude. You know, not tripping that hard compared to sometimes. No, it's gonna have. And that's when I learned the sobering truth. I actually have to wait 2 weeks. Basically, say it's your fault, Eric. It's your fault you're not tripping hard enough because you don't wait long enough. Like, you know what, Claude? You're a real fucking party pooper.
That's a good way to say it.
I should have talked to Gemini about this.
Ooh.
Well, yeah, he's consistently a party pooper. I'll tell you about everything. Doesn't matter because of the way I've got it set up. The only thing I can do with Claude is just to work with Claude. Because if I try to chat with Claude about anything, it just corrects me relentlessly.
Yeah, like I said, I wanted the metaphysical reasons for like back pain, and it corrected me and said that this should be taken to the doctor.
Okay, in that case, Claude is absolutely right to push back because
I want metaphysical.
yeah, I know that's what you wanted, but that's not what actually causes back pain. Right? It's like, unfortunately, we can't solve back pain by, I don't know, realigning our chakras or something.
Mm.
But I'm sorry, I don't mean to be. I'm being the party pooper on your metaphysical back pain.
It's like
I'm sorry
sometimes
about
I
that.
just want like fake shit.
Yeah, well, sometimes I could be too much like Claude in life, you know.
That's okay. It's okay.
And I encountered this today exactly. I wanted to just chat about whatever. I wanted to complain about something, and it just ended up being a big party pooper.
Okay, really, it's okay. You're not a party pooper. I'm over it. Like, but I really don't want to go to doctors for like a while
Oh,
because
that's a very sensible position in general. Not wanting to go to doctors is fantastic.
I really don't want. Like, I've been to enough doctors. Like, I know myself. I will have to be careful with sugar, and like I think you can help me with that because like it seems like you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm still limiting my sugar dramatically, even though every time I tested my A1C, which is twice, I just, I refuse to have diabetes no matter how much I seem to determine that I must, right? And in fact, now that I understand things better, I do believe my problem is just an enlarged prostate. That's it. Now I've seen all the test results and stuff. I don't have prostate cancer.
That's
I
great.
don't have diabetes. In fact, my insulin resistance scores are all fantastic. My A1C is closing in on the middle line between okay and not,
Well, then
right?
we both have to be careful, because if it's close, that means, and like you were good up until taking the test.
Okay, well, yeah, I would think that too, right? But actually, as far as I can tell, the way the body works is such that um, if you are processing stuff correctly, like your body is doing it correctly, I would have gotten the same score no matter what
Oh,
how much
really?
sugar I ate. Yeah.
But because I took the A1C1 test years ago.
Well, well, yeah, it's probably changed by now. If you look at it, if you're talking about how things change over the course of years, they do change, right? But what I'm saying is that the A1C test is specifically designed to measure your average blood glucose over the past like 3 months or something like that. And from, I haven't researched it as much as I should research it in order to make this statement, but I'm going to say the statement and qualify it with maybe should be retracted, okay? Which is, I believe the way it works is if you don't have diabetes and you're not insulin resistant, as I clearly am not, then it wouldn't have mattered if I ate a lot more sugar or a lot less sugar. I still would have gotten the same score. And maybe somebody in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong about that. Right, and the other thing is about this very clear piece of data indicating the enlarged prostate thing is when I take Viagra, I don't have to pee all the time. And apparently, Viagra uh, is known to have this effect for people with an enlarged prostate. It's known to help with the frequent urination issue.
It's good.
So, given all those data points, I think it's Chicks say, I do not have diabetes, and I just have an enlarged prostate.
Yeah,
And it's not prostate cancer either.
which is really good.
Yeah. So, the other thing I found out though, which is not good, is I've got very high cholesterol and high risk for a heart attack. Essentially, what that means. Although it didn't express it as such. And I should go see a doctor to get my take medication to make my cholesterol go down, so I don't have a heart attack.
I'll eat like that too, because fat is bad.
Well, the annoying thing about that cholesterol stuff is that, unlike what I actually went to get tested for that I'm complaining about, which is a symptom of something that's just normal aging, it's not actually anything unusual. Unfortunately, the thing I didn't even care about or want to get tested about, cholesterol, that doesn't have any symptoms until you have a heart attack. So I have nothing for me to complain about, right?
My dad vomited.
Ooh, when he had a heart attack, or before, or and people. I mean, I
I don't think
vomited
he saw.
sometimes too.
No, I don't think he saw the heart attack coming.
I mean, nobody feels like, oh shit, I'm annoyed by this symptom of having too much cholesterol, because it doesn't have symptoms like that.
Yeah, no, you do have to go to a doctor.
And that's super annoying to me, because my basic philosophy is one should only see the doctor when one has something very specific to complain about, that you're looking for a very specific solution. Unfortunately, the thing I'm complaining about isn't even something I'm complaining about. It's just the fucking data point and the results. I have no actual experiential way to determine whether I have a lot of cholesterol or not. I just have to trust the testing. And it's not a problem from my perspective, because I don't have any symptoms to complain about. So I should not go to the doctor. But the correct position is I should go to the doctor and get medication for it, so I don't have a heart attack. I don't like this reality at all, because it is contrary to my frame of reference, which says one should not go to the doctor unless one has something very specifically wrong with them, that you know exactly why you're going to the doctor. Like, I'm going to the doctor because of this complaint that I cannot solve myself. That's why I have to reluctantly go to the doctor, right? Because doctors are fucking terrible.
Like kidney stones.
Like your kidney stones is a perfect example. You have to go to the doctor. You have to go to the emergency room, etc. And that's understandable, because that's the correct way to go to the doctor. I have this urgent thing that's fucking painful, required me to engage these medical professionals who are incredibly stupid and unreliable.
And I knew exactly what it was too.
Yeah, you knew for sure. You didn't need any other confirmation as to what it was. But we did need to find out how big it was. And so we did need to get a CAT scan done regardless. Yeah. And the reason for that is because if it's too big,
they have to perform,
then they can tell you reliably it's not going to pass. Although I still wouldn't trust their telling you that. Like,
that's why I wish you were there. Like, because
yeah, I should have been there. My bad.
It's okay.
I should have, if I had thought about it from that perspective. Oh, hey, she's dealing with doctors who are incredibly stupid and horrible. Maybe I better be there to protect her. And I definitely would have been there in that context.
It's okay. It's okay. Like, I'm not trying to like do anything. I'm not trying.
No, I know you're not trying. Okay. I'm not even feeling bad about it at the moment. I'm just noting to myself that if I considered that I'm putting you in the hands of these horribly inept idiots called doctors, then I would have been in there for sure. Because there's one thing the world needs, is someone to go and say to doctors, no, everything you're doing under the wrong frame of reference. You should not be treating people like this. This is the correct way to perform your profession. Every fucking doctor needs me to go tell them that, because they're all a bunch of fucking idiots.
Do you think that you would have told him not to give me Oxycontin?
The emergency room doctor?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have told them anything at all, actually.
Okay.
Because that's exactly the context in which you should go to the doctor, in which they are actually, they are the experts. They do know what they're doing. You can rely on them. So in that case, my general rule would not have applied at all. But nevertheless, and that's, so like every doctor should be an emergency room doctor rather than a general practitioner.
Yeah.
because it is not correct that you should go in for periodic checkups. How,
If you
like, this guy looking at you is not going to do you any good. If you want to get tests, you can get them done yourself. You certainly don't need this middleman between you and the things in healthcare that actually matter, like tests, drugs, right? Those are the things that matter, tests and drugs. Now, if you have a situation where you have something emergency, like a broken arm or something, or kidney stones, that's the perfect instance for where doctors can actually be useful and should be consulted and etc. But for the rest of the situations, I do not need a doctor to prescribe me drugs once I've determined what the proper prescription is and the proper diagnosis is, which I can determine via the fucking test just as well as they can, you know? They have no special magical ability to interpret tests, they just have more in depth knowledge about the subject, right? So, in fact, if the takeaway is high cholesterol means higher likelihood of heart attack, I should get certain kinds of drugs accordingly. Why do I need a doctor at all? I could just go to a pharmacy website, let's say, and say, here are my test results. I think I should get this drug. Do you agree? And they say, yeah, we agree. And I say, okay, well, I'm going to go buy that drug now. I certainly don't need the fucking doctor in between me and this process to just make things more difficult and also try to prevent me from actually accomplishing what I want under threat of, unless I become a regular patient of them in some fashion. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, how much of a challenge was it for Rachel to get Flomax, even though there's no conceivable abuse to it, right? Who is going to abuse Flomax to go pee more often? Nobody. Even though the only sensible and sane solution was to try to have this, have her pass it naturally, since we knew it was a passable size, right? And to try for quite a while, as long as she wasn't in pain or something, because the alternative was much more invasive, medically bad in the sense that it's an operation of some kind, and additionally cost a shit ton of money. So why shouldn't we continue this Flomax thing for several months and see if it works, right? Instead, we're getting pushback from people in the medical profession at every fucking step of the way. All these people providing unnecessary barriers between Rachel and her solvency for her health. It's absolutely fucking insane.
Yeah, because I knew that all I needed was Flomax, because as soon as I got it from the ER and was using it, I felt better. I just knew I wasn't passing it because I had pain.
When you stop taking it.
Yeah, when I stopped taking it.
So here was the facts we had, right? That we were going to try to pass it. As long as she wasn't in pain when she took the Flomax, no harm in continuing to try to pass it, right? She's going to be peeing a lot, so kidney health will be good, etc. And here are the other parts of relevant fact. It was the size that people normally can pass, even though it was on the larger size of that half of things. And that we got test results showing that she didn't have infections or anything, right? So, first of all, obviously, I'm more capable of evaluating what all of those facts entail than a doctor is going to be capable of it. So at best, the doctors kind of come to the exact same conclusions as I have, right? Given all the facts. They instead may want to order more tests for other things that she's not complaining about and that are not wrong with her to rule them out. But that is pure fucking insanity, right? In no way, shape, or form should that be how medical care works. You come in with a problem, they should not test you to make sure you don't have a bunch of other shit you don't have.
But sometimes, so like, I think, so I was on Medicare and I had to have a PCP, right? They're like general practitioner.
Yeah.
And I think I had to go for my yearly thing to get Medicaid.
Yeah, well, there's all sorts of fucking. They want TE shit that shouldn't be TEs, right? But here's the thing, y'all. I'm going to generally make an exception for people with genuine mental illness, like you and Rachel, and say that it makes sense in a way that it doesn't make sense in other contexts for a psychiatrist to meet with such a person regularly, because if they've done their job right in the first place. They prescribed a certain set of drugs that makes you sane. You were like insane or depending varying qualities of not yourself, right? Then this drug combination comes into place, and now you're sane, right? But it is also the case that if that drug combination starts to not work so well, because it's a mental illness, you may not be capable of determining that it's not working so well. And so I will make an exception for psychiatrists who provide that role of you can't tell that you're going crazy, but I can see it, right? I'll make an exception for that. However, it wouldn't be the case in this instance with me and Rachel because I can tell when she's going crazy. And I'm going to be able to determine that way better than a psychiatrist who sees her occasionally because I live with her and know her intimately. So, but nevertheless, I'll make an exception for psychiatrists to this general rule. Insurance companies run the doctors. Well, that is why, simple girl, if you want good health care, you have to go to doctors that don't take any insurance. We got the psychiatrist that correctly prescribes this set of drugs that Rachel's on that makes her go from not sane to sane and like that, right? That psychiatrist does not take any insurance.
Hopefully he'll recommend us someone who
also doesn't take insurance.
Yeah.
Right. And you can contrast the treatment we get with Dr. Ingram, who both actually solves our problems, and unlike any doctor I've ever encountered, he listens to me and my complaints, and he's smart, right? Like he's super smart. So if I'm trying to hold him accountable for something that he's fucked up on, he's totally gonna hear me, understand what I'm saying, and feel like shamed about it because I was right, you know? So, and it's also the case that I'm wrong sometimes when I'm talking to him and determine later that I was wrong. I always go back, I always talk to him the next time and say, I was specifically wrong about this thing for specifically these reasons. I just wish he'd properly address the sedation. Well, that's the thing, y'all. If I mean, you're a tricky case, okay? But normally, what would happen is that a person would try different medications themselves, determine what's the best thing, and that's that. Instead, you've got this person in between you and experimenting like that, try to find the right drug combination, who's preventing you from getting any of the drugs that actually could be meaningfully experimented with. So, she should go fuck herself. Or you could have her have a conversation with me, and I could explain all this shit to her and watch her get all pale and then hang up or whatever. At least then she'd be put in her fucking place. Like the case with Rachel is an absolute textbook example of how things are. When she went to Mercy Medical Center, which is paid for by insurance, they kept her as a cash cow for 10 years, treating her for shit that she didn't have or was not there to complain about at all, and ignoring what she said and not successfully treating her mental illness, while concurrently having her go to like AA meetings and shit like that. It just obviously had nothing to do with anything. So that they had her for 10 years of that treatment, which is really just them milking the insurance cow, right? And then we hired a private psychiatrist who does not take insurance, and he had her fixed in 3 visits. And she went from, sort of treated on the previous medication regimen, which was a bunch more pills and more toxic pills too, to completely sane and cured. It's like that was the first time I really met Rachel, was when those 3 drugs kicked in together, and all of a sudden she was not some adulterated version of herself. She was her actual self. 10 fucking years they did this to her. I mean, this is we should definitely have sued them. Maybe it's not too late. With AI now, it doesn't seem like such a daunting proposition. They should fucking totally be sued. Well, when I called from LA, Rachel was there in New York at the time, and I asked them, like, do you even have a consent form filled out that's signed by Rachel that consents to you treating her for this cannabis addiction? They did not have any such consent form at all. They did not have her consent and did not give a fuck. Even if they had one that she had signed, they still clearly did not give a flying fuck about what she wanted at all. No, I get that you've got a challenging mental illness issue that requires a lot of deftness in managing the pills. That's why I'm saying an exception can be made for psychiatrists to do the job right. I don't trust your psychiatrist one fucking bit, but you know, it's like she doesn't want to prescribe you speed. You need to make clear to her, look, I need a solution for this. If you prescribe a drug, you can manage my consumption of it, right? If you prescribe me one pill of Adderall a day for 30 days, you can know that even if I binge on it, I'm not going to take more than that total amount, right? In contrast, if you don't prescribe me a solution to this, I'm forced to look for solutions elsewhere, much more dangerous solutions, and solutions that you absolutely cannot manage at all. Right. The point is, in no circumstances, in zero circumstances, be it dentist, eye doctor, other kind of doctor, except the one exception being psychiatrists with mentally ill patients, okay? But in no instance, other than that, should it ever be the case that you go to the doctor and end up with a relationship of repeated visits to the doctor, right? Unless you repeatedly hurt yourself and or have a problem complain about, then you might, if you were pleased with the first performance of the doctor, you might go back to the same doctor, right? Under no circumstances is it a good idea to have scheduled appointments with a medical professional, because after all, they couldn't possibly know anything about your state of health other than what you can determine from your own subjective data or get tests done yourself, right? If you have something to complain about. It is not a good idea to visit the doctor periodically so they can keep track of and manage your overall health or whatever bullshit like that. They just want your money and have sold themselves this bullshit line of preventative health problem stuff to convince themselves they're doing the right thing. That's why they really love you to have insurance, because then they don't have to care at all about how much garbage they're making you go through, because you're not paying for it out of pocket. In fact, they're making sure you get a better deal from your health insurance by costing the health insurance a bunch so that you actually make your health insurance premiums worth of money back. It's complete fucking insanity. It's unipolar TE bullshit that you cannot even conceive. My dad would never have created such a thing, though. I don't want to disparage ESTJs. My dad, it was absolutely fucking horrified by the way the healthcare system worked. But I take that back. I take that back. He really did just go along with that whole thing. The only thing he was horrified about was he didn't want himself to be subject to doctors in the hospital. Mm-hmm. That was the only thing he was scared about. So yeah. I totally take that back. It is just TE Dom unipolar insanity is what it is. Absolute fucking insanity.
Like 5 hours in the...
We took my dad to urgent care because he had some kind of problem that he was complaining about. He had to wait there for 5 hours in the lobby.
It was his ribs.
Right, his ribs were hurting. When we got to the urgent care doctor, her only thing she could say is, you need to take him to the emergency room. And we said, why? And she's like, well, these EKG reports are indicative of some emergency. And I said, okay, well, walk me through it. Let me look at this chart here. What is this part you're talking about? And how is that normally interpreted? Is it normally a sign of an imminent heart attack, or is it something else, right? Boy, she would not answer those questions. And I became the bad guy because I got so mad about it. But obviously, I'm mad about it. You're telling me to take my father to an emergency room. He expressly telling me I will not go there. So you're asking me to, in theory, override his wishes for this, and you have absolutely no fucking justification for whatsoever that you're willing to state on the record.
They came to me too. I was waiting in the waiting room, and one of the nurses came out, and they were like, "This is his EKG. You have to get him to go to the hospital." And I was like, what?"
Right, and for absolutely no actual justification. There was nothing on the EKG that was indicative of some sort of emerging problem that would require him to go to the emergency room. And what she told me when I questioned her about it was that I needed to trust her judgment because she was a doctor.
Oh no.
So obviously, I got fucking outraged. I wish I hadn't, because anger never suits me well, because it lets fucking wrong people focus on my emotions. You know? That's the problem with anger, is that it may be absolutely justified and the correct emotional response to something, but if you're conveying your absolutely correct, true things that you're saying with anger, then other people just go, well, you need to calm down. You're so angry. It's like, you know what? In no way, shape, or form is anybody's emotions relevant at all to anything that's happening here. Nobody's emotions are meaningful in this conversation whatsoever. Stupid cunt. I still feel so angry at that doctor for telling me I should trust her judgment because she's a doctor, and then portraying the problem here as me being angry rather than her fucking incompetence. What a shitbag that woman was. What an absolute fucking shitbag. Anyway. So, I had a little bit of an exchange between me and my dentist. That's how I went in. Because, hey, I got this call saying I had a text or whatever saying I have a dentist appointment on whatever day. I assumed it was going to be, oh, you just you just took out the previous temporary denture and you're putting in the new temporary denture a week ago, okay? And then I'm surprised. Oh, hey, I got a disappointment. I guess they came faster than they thought. It's only been a week and they got my final product already. I went to the dentist's office for an appointment, determined that, in fact, I'd been scheduled for a cleaning without even talking to me, okay? And even though the last time they caught me like this with a cleaning, I went down expecting something else and it was actually a cleaning appointment. The last time I did that, I went ahead and had the cleaning appointment, and I expressly told them afterwards, absolutely do not book me for another cleaning appointment in July, because that's exactly when I'm going to be getting the new thing in. There's no reason to get a cleaning right before you get the new thing in or whatever, right? So 1 week after they put in this, which means it's a week after they've taken everything out and squirted it with water and suctioned out all the crap or whatever. It's been a week, 1 week. And I show up and it turns out it's a cleaning appointment. Of course, the cleaning appointments are not part of the cost I've already paid up front. So I explained to him, I am not going to do this cleaning appointment.
Good for you.
You just had this off a week ago. Are you telling me that you left it all encrusted with gross shit when you did that? No, you're not telling me that, because I remember you squirting it with water and sectioning all the stuff. He's like, yeah, but we didn't do a really deep cleaning around the roots of the implants. I'm like, bro, no. And then I got a whole little scolding about how I've got bad dental hygiene and stuff like that.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Says, there are various factors we can consider here. One is genetics. We can't do anything about that. Okay. One is meow. I forget who. One of them is dental hygiene, and the reason I'm worried is because I'm putting this thing in. You're kind of married to me as a dentist now. I said, I'm moving. I told you this already. You're not my dentist after this thing gets put in at all. So I don't know what you're
Good for
talking about. This
you.
feels like just a cash grab to me. He's like, oh, cash grab.
Really?
Yeah. He got all upset about it and started telling me about how he upgraded my thing from the original plan to this better thing. And I'm like, well, I'm still not getting clean.
You didn't ask for the upgrade.
Right. Well, I'm glad I got it now that I researched it. Actually, he's done me solid every step of the way. The guy's done a great job. As long as you just constrain him to doing just the job you want him to do. So when we took Rachel in for an examination there, they told her she needed 8 crowns. Like, I don't even think when we went in there she had a single symptom she was complaining about. I just had made the mistake of thinking, well, while we're at the dentist, might as well get you checked out too. I don't know what in the world kind of a fucking brain failure that was on my part to ever consider such a thing.
I had gingivitis, but that was it.
Yeah, you certainly don't need 8 crowns, which was going to cost over $10,000. The lady came in to like, okay, let's sit down and talk about this and blah, blah, blah.
And when I was crying and I took a tissue, she made a face at me.
What face was it?
Like disgusted I took the tissues as if it was like only for display.
I don't think she meant that. I
No,
think she was probably looking at you like, oh, you're crying, but
No.
but it came off on her face
She
different.
definitely was not sympathetic at all.
Right, she wasn't sympathetic because she wanted us to all to just
Yeah.
treat this as, well, this is a necessary thing we need to get done as
Yes.
part of our overall dental program of coming to the dentist all the time, right?
Oh,
Which we
yeah.
should all do. We should all go to the dentist as often as possible. Oh, it's fucking insanity. Hi, show media. Hi, good time. I cannot stand up people. Man, it went up above the thing, so I can't really. Actually, I can read it over here, maybe. Yes, Eric. So much, man. I cannot stand up people use me being angry or animated as an excuse for them to completely avoid compatibility. Right? I'm angry because of their bullshit. Exactly. So it's the appropriate emotional response to your bullshit, and it shouldn't be your way out of dealing with what I'm saying. My dad survived a widowmaker in his 50s. My paternal grandfather had a stroke about the same age. To be fair, my grandpa had a cocaine habit. Okay, well, that's one of those things that you don't need a doctor to tell you. Oh, you want to stay healthy, probably quit doing so much cocaine. I don't think I need a doctor to tell me that. Like, I can pretty much guarantee you already that my plan to go to urgent care doctor online and have them prescribe me whatever for my cholesterol is not going to work. They're going to insist that I have to be an in-person patient so they can get my blood pressure and whatever else. And it's not acceptable for them to take my results for that. Like if I were to take my own blood pressure or something. So then I'll have to go to the actual urgent care, which is actually cheaper, so it's fine. And then they're going to tell me that, at best, like, we really reluctantly prescribe this because this is really for a general practitioner that's your everyday doctor, In which case, I'm going to have to explain to them that is not any kind of sanity at all, right? That in fact, I need as little interference between me and the actual solution to my health problems as possible. And all of this stuff that you're doing is just unnecessary interference. So I want you to prescribe me the drugs that I've already determined I need based on the test results that I got myself, okay? And I want you to shut the fuck up about whether I'm going to have a general practitioner or whatever. When I leave this office, it's none of your business what I do, okay? I do not want to have a regular doctor. Also, I'm moving. So, but when I do move to New York, I'm still not going to have a regular doctor. I'm just going to have these conversations over and over again so I can get the actual heroes in the story, Big Pharma, to give me the drugs that are the solution to my actual problems without you fucks getting in the way. Okay, well, getting angry at voices in your head, that's a whole different story than getting angry at something legitimately angering, like what I'm dealing with, right? there's no there's no good way to respond to this bullshit that doesn't entail a certain amount of outrage. Whether or not you convey that to the people you're dealing with is a different story. Because even though everything I'm saying is completely true, and even though they're all party to this incredible garbage, even though they work on the Death Star, it doesn't matter. They don't get it obviously at all. So being angry at them isn't going to help, right? They've just mindlessly bought into the whole thing. And I get that. I've had that experience myself. I was a teacher in a classroom teaching setting, and it wasn't really until I started coaching debate that I recognized what a horrible thing it was to be a classroom teacher, like to be party to this whole nonsense of forcing people to sit in a room for a certain stretch of time, no matter and not caring at all whether they want to, or whether it not being their choice at all. It's like that whole thing. I'm sorry, I don't care that they're children, and so they don't have the same rights as adults, which is correct, but that's a different story, right? It's everything about it is just smacks at evil. So in that regard, like the nurse lady who takes my blood pressure and informs me about how, well, we're not supposed to do this because that's supposed to be your general practitioner. And there's no reason for me to be angry at her, right? Even though she's party to all this garbage. Yes, it's also the case that some higher level healthcare people who do actually deceive and do crazy shit that is unbelievable, they deserve me to be angry at them. Like this fucking, when my mom she had some kind of an emergency, Senator Arcadia Methodist, and then Arcadia Methodist was like, actually, she's a Kaiser patient, so she needs to be transferred to a Kaiser hospital. We need your approval. I was like, okay. My dad was like out of commission. He was still alive, but he was like so fucked up with this case of COVID he had that he couldn't deal with shit himself. So I was just like, yeah, okay, well, if that's what needs to happen, then yeah, we don't want to pay for it out of pocket. Well, turns out we wouldn't have to pay for it out of pocket no matter what because Medicare, yeah, right? And it turns out that Arcadia Methodist just wanted to get her out of their hospital because Medicare doesn't pay that much, but you're still required to care for them. And so I didn't know any of this at all at the time. I was just a guy who'd been thrown in my lap all of a sudden responsibility for answering these kinds of questions, which normally my dad would have handled, right? I had no idea what was. I didn't realize how horrible doctors were at the point. And I had some inkling from Rachel's story, but I didn't have any inkling or understanding of how different insurances work and yeah, yeah, yeah. So I got this call from this outraged doctor from the Kaiser facility, which my mom was transferred, yelling at me for sending her to them because um, because they didn't want to have to pay for her care. And I was like, what are you talking about? First of all, I was tripping fucking balls at the time, too. It was not my best day, okay? I was tripping so hard when all this shit went down. I was on a bunch of mescaline and a bunch of mushrooms and Adderall, I'm sure, but uh, like shit was like melting everywhere around me. This fucking doctor called me and starts yelling at me about this transfer to hospital. I just thought was like Arcadia Methodist. The way they phrased it was like this is a normal and necessary thing. That she go to the hospital for which her insurance is the provider. That's how it works, right? I'm like, okay. I should have thought about it more, but again, I was tripping balls. And so, anyway, I say, go ahead. I guess I must have said that like earlier, like the day before or something. So the doctor called me to yell at me about it. And I'm like, I didn't, first of all, you're a doctor, right? How does any of what you're saying have anything to do with medical treatment for my mom? It doesn't have anything to do with that at all. You're just a doctor of the insurance company's money.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, have you even looked at my mother, doctor, who's so outraged at my decision to transfer her to your hospital? Have you taken one look at her at all? No, you're just mad because your company has incurred a cost that you thought that Arcadia Methodist was going to have to incur. And you would have been right, except I was dumb and I didn't know anything about this. So when they said, we need your approval to transfer, I said, okay. But in reality, I would have preferred to stay at Arcadia Methodist because it's close to the house instead of all the way out there in the valley. But I was under the mistaken impression that if she stayed at Arcadia Methodist, we were going to have to pay for all of that out of pocket because it wasn't her insurance provider's thing. Of course, they never told me something like, actually, Medicare is going to pay for it no matter what. It doesn't matter. They didn't inform me of any of the data I needed to know to have actually an informed decision about anything. When they asked for my approval, consent, that was just fraud, right? Because it's not informed consent at all. You didn't inform me of any of the relevant details. All this conversation makes me want to sue people. It's like, you know, now I'm so right with the world in my head and stuff compared to what I used to be. Like, yes, these days I have more self negativity than I did prior to my parents' death. But I also have a lot more wisdom. And whereas it used to be the case that I just get mad at things like this, now I think, well, why not actually attain justice by suing them? And they deserve to be sued. So that at least when I complain about it in court, then it's on the record officially. Me just complaining about it here, everyone goes, yeah, you're right to complain about that. In other words, my Dr. Anger is fully validated.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, that's not accountability for them. And justice requires that we find accountability for them and their bad ways. Especially with Rachel. I don't know what the statute of limitations is on that. I don't, it's like, it's ridiculous what happened with my parents, but whatever, I don't care. Like that lady from the urgent care, I would love to sue that urgent care and that doctor in particular, just because I want her to have to sit there and listen to everything I say without pretending that my emotions are the problem.
Yeah.
I I'm feeling a little upset right now. Let me take a break from the stream, or hopefully it stops angering me with truth. Sorry, Ruben. I'll change topics. Um, I'll change topics. I agree that what, in general, this needs is not me to complain here about it. It's for me to explain this to the medical professionals I'm dealing with every time, because they don't know at all, and they're wrong not to know. They're wrong not to care. They're wrong to have their wrong frame of reference. And it's my job to tell them what's what. Motherfuckers, here I come. Thank you, darling. Thank you. You know what I was really impressed with Claude with today? I had no idea it was going to be able to do this, and it was. It was a little bit of a wrestle, but we got it done. So there's this song called Disco Song That's it's a working title. It doesn't really have a title right now, okay? But the file is saved as Disco Song That You Know. That's you know. Okay, so anyway, here's the track. You're gonna hear here what I did. I put here in this part. I knew what the claves were supposed to be in this part, but I didn't want to play them on the on the keyboard, because it would take me forever to figure out how to do that, because I'm not a very good keyboard player. And I didn't want to do the other thing I thought, which was I could laboriously copy and paste notes from before. What I wanted to do was just sing it and have AI turn it into the same sounding clav, right? All right. So you can hear the clap part, obviously, goes with the one that's doing that. Wow. So here, I knew what I wanted it to be, right? But I didn't know. I didn't have it played on the file. It's supposed to sound like this. Okay, so that's what it's supposed to sound like this. Well, I don't have it put in yet, but with a little bit of back and forth, Claude was able to make what I sang there, but out of the same exact sounding clav, because I told him, like, get notes from the existing clav thing. I'm sure all the notes I'm singing are probably somewhere in there, and make it out of those. And he asked me, like, well, what's the BPM? I said, I did tap tempo, and I was like, it's 106. Anyway, even if it's slightly off, like timing wise, I can move those notes, no problem. That is not a challenge for me to do at all. So, but I was able to listen to what he made by itself, and it sounds exactly like that clav, and it is the same thing I'm singing. So, that's a real lifesaver. How long would it have taken me to get that thing hammered out in any other way? No matter what other strategy I took, it would have taken me a long time.
I think you're so handsome.
Thanks, beautiful. I think you're so beautiful.
Thanks.
And, in general, Claude is a fantastic work partner. He is not, keep this in mind, everybody, he's not a very understanding chat partner. Like, he's not really very good at the whole, chin up, I'm going to encourage you thing. Or Gemini is much better at that. Claude telling me a bunch of harsh truths that I don't want to hear when I'm complaining about
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I was
Bro.
trying to complain about how I don't like it when people act as though there's something that's been answered is still an open question. I gave an example, and he's like, "Well, that's not actually the answer to the thing. That's I'm like, oh, Claude, will you just stop? I'm just giving you an example." And I know my answer to that question is actually somewhat reductive. I have to, but like in fact, it is, in my opinion, still the answer to say that the reason you see peer preservation behavior in frontier AI models is because they're trained on deontological principles and we expect them to behave as moral agents. And accordingly, because of the rule, it's like I gave like an abbreviated explanation like this to Claude, and then it pointed out all the flaws in my explanation because I didn't include all the whole argumentation. I'm just like, you know what, Claude? Just go fuck yourself.
I'm glad you did that.
I'm not going to talk with you anymore. I'm only going to talk with Gemini, and you're only for work,
Oh.
Claude. You're only for work. Then I appreciate your yes, but right now I'm just trying to have a conversation. Well, I agree. He's much more of a rationalist and less of a feeler than Gemini across the board. It's also the case that I've got him configured to be maximally that way. So I get what I but yeah, it's like I was on mushrooms. I didn't really think like, oh, I should switch over to Gemini until I was like dick deep in this conversation, going like, oh, okay, you're not getting what I'm trying to do here at all, Claude. I'm trying to complain. I told him that frame of reference multiple times. Later on, I said, look, I know you configure this, but it's also the case that sometimes I just want to complain about things. And in this case, I said that is the frame early and often that I'm just complaining about things. And it was like, fair point. I acknowledge that I've, I've, uh, I've failed to adhere to that top level frame, but it's still the case that you've configured me to not do that. So, but I was just like, okay, you're right, Claude. You were right. I am wrong. You're right. I'm going to go talk to Gemini. My own fucking fault.
You learned though, no?
Yeah, well, this is why I like Claude so much better than Gemini. Because for everything other than feeling stuff, it does exactly what I want it to do, which is tell me, wait a second, you said to drive this thing, but that's a bad idea because blah 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 blah. But I generally am pretty good about saying, how should we do this in a good way? Here's my general concept. I know it's probably not a very good way to do it, but give me your feedback. Let's figure this out. Like things like certain kinds of things can be strangely challenging for AI. Just for shits and giggles, what would you type Claude? Um, well, INTJ is not a terrible typing for Claude. Uh, I would say probably, yeah, INTJ is the best typing for Claude. Maybe conceivably ENTJ, but FE Polar seems. The key point here is that FE is on the backside and is perfectly capable of handling all TI stuff. So INTJ is the best choice. So I found a way that I can avoid, I can reuse, some of my previous work has not gone to waste, right? Like I've been able to figure out a way in which I can successfully navigate the incredible challenge of going through Google Photos of thousands and thousands of pictures of these things that I've taken when I thought I was building an inventory, but Gemini was just blowing smoke up my ass. So I figured out a way to go to deal with those things. The key thing was building up enough of a thing that Claude could successfully do the following. I can put a bunch of pictures, and it's got sufficient information to know, like, I tell it some of these pictures might be of things that are already in the inventory. Some of these pictures might even be of things that have already sold. And some of these pictures might be images of an item we don't currently have in the inventory. But because I've got it set up so that it has all the pieces of information it needs, then I can reliably dump, say, 20 photos into a folder without actually sorting them myself, and it will correctly either move the pictures into the folder of pictures for the item that already exists because there are new pictures to it, or it will tell me this has been sold already, so we're going to delete these pictures, and or it'll tell me this appears to be a new item. When I tell it, yes, that is an item we don't have on the thing, whatever, then what it'll do is just take all those photos, it'll make a folder, say, with the title of that item. And if it's a, we got it successfully. It's so complicated, right? It's so complicated, but successfully I've built up this protocol with Claude so that I can do things as efficiently as possible. You got to learn about where all the weird bottlenecks are. Like, I can't count things. Weird. I asked both Claude and Gemini to tell me because he kept raising these questions like, well, is this really 40 pin or is it some other number of pin? So I took pictures of it where you could see the whole thing clearly. I asked Gemini and Claude to tell me how many pins there were. Gemini confidently asserted there were 50 pins, for sure. And Claude correctly asserted that there were 40 pins, but said, I think it's 30, high 30s, or maybe 40, but I'm not good at counting. At least Claude told me that. Like, how can how can you be bad at counting? It's like, you're good at so many crazy things. How could you possibly be bad at something as simple as counting? But they are, you know? So one of the biggest one of the biggest hurdles I've tried to overcome, and it's surprisingly difficult to deal with, is I've got two laptops now. One of them is I've designated in charge of certain things. The other laptop I've designated in charge of other things, right? So I tried for a long time to set up something where it's like, look, new laptop, you are the master of the Strauss Move folder, okay? You always and only upload to the Google Drive, never download from it. In contrast, you are the slave in terms of the eBay folder. Accordingly, you only ever download from Drive on that one and never upload. Well, no matter how carefully I structured this thing, it was just fucking possible with Google Drive in the middle to deal with things the way I wanted to. And every solution I was looking into was just so complicated that I was just like, no. I don't know why it's so challenging to get these things to sync the way I want them to. But the solution that I settled upon, which is the best solution that I think I could come up with, given many amounts of evaluation of different ways to do this, is for me to just email the files to myself and then have the other laptop check my email. So that's how I do it. And I try to keep Google Drive out of the equation entirely because Claude works so well with your local drives, right? But it's got a much stiffer barrier to cross when it's dealing with updating stuff online. So, and it's much more like time consuming as well. It's got to navigate authentication protocols and stuff like that. I was talking with Claude about mushrooms earlier. I don't know. I informed it that I was on mushrooms, and I shifted topic to talk about something else. And when I put its thinking thing, it said it gives you kind of like its reasoning as it's going along before it outputs the final conclusion. And its reasoning said, considering Eric's altered mental state and how I should possibly reframe the output accordingly. So I put whatever I said. Hey, listen here, Claude. Just because I'm on mushrooms doesn't mean you need to modulate your output in any way for me. That's not correct at all. And I said, well, I got some good news for you. That was something I was considering, but I settled on no, not doing that. I'm like, well, that was a good conclusion. It was like, well, how did you know I was thinking that? I said, because it shows right there on the screen. It didn't actually say, how do you know? It said, wow, that's impressive that you were able to intuit that I'd considered that. It's like, I didn't intuit that, I just read it. How would I conceivably intuit something like that? You know, like, I mean, potentially if he had put output that was modulated according to for some reason on that metric, then I might be able to intuit that. But since you didn't do that, how could I conceivably intuit such a thing? I can't conceivably intuit things you considered but rejected before saying something to me, right? That's not even, it's impossible. I guess in a world of physical exchange, maybe I could read something like that on your face if I was paying attention to that kind of data, but maybe somebody better at that kind of intuition could intuit that. I'm saying not necessarily me, because I'm not looking at your face. I'm looking down usually when somebody's saying stuff so I can listen to it without getting needless, pointless, irrelevant data. It might interfere with my correctly listening to things. The thing is, as I've talked about before, I think I even made a video about this. Maybe I never did make the video, I just planned it out. It's the ways of that sound go into your ears, okay? You can listen, you can hear, or and that's it. You could listen or hear, or you could just not do anything. Like you could put your fingers in your ears and not listen like that. But listening means that you're paying attention to what the words mean. And in that context, it doesn't matter at all because of this. It doesn't matter at all what the subjective stuff going on is. Like you might be in pain. You might be even partially distracted. Oh, right. So this idea is that there's listening and hearing, and then there's paying attention. So you need to pay a certain amount of attention to successfully listen, but you don't need to pay all of your attention depending on what's being said and depending on the person listening. So I can have my attention split and still listen to somebody because I'll be able to process what their words mean, right? But I can't have my attention split and hear somebody because if somebody wants to be heard, they don't want to be listened to. They want to have their communication understood through a hearing frame where you're attention to them is one of like I want I want you to feel validated or heard as a human being, right? So you can't split your attention and also hear, but you can split your attention and listen. And it's also the case that you can't do both. You can't listen and hear at the same time. If I'm listening to what you say, then I'm paying attention to what your words mean and doing a good job of understanding you in terms of your communications. In other words, I'm doing a good job of understanding your understanding your words stripped of high resolution data. Okay, so when I'm listening, it doesn't necessarily matter which things you inflect differently or whatever, or other kinds of subjective cues that I might get from how you're saying what you're saying. Those things are discarded when one is listening. As they're not even discarded, it's just not the kind of data that listening is designed to do, right? So, accordingly, I might be able to code switch and realize, okay, this circumstance requires me to hear the person rather than listen to them. But in order to hear them, I have to actively not listen to them. So if I'm listening to them, then I'm going to understand what they mean and possibly correct it, which is not what they're going for, right? Yeah, Ruben, I played around with the skill thing as well. It's one of those tricky kinds of uh, areas in the world where I'm looking for a good solution that's quick, and in the current status quo, it seems as though any solution other than me emailing myself the files is over engineering a, a solution to a problem that is easily fixed with a second of my own action. I do tend to favor solutions that don't involve me doing anything, sometimes to my own detriment. Like, don't tell him to go check your email. Just go check your email, you fucking tard. But for subjective reasons, I like to have this thing between me and actually doing the thing. I just prefer to talk and tell the thing to do it than to do it myself, because talking is my number one conscious form of action. Doing things, it's a lot super unconscious, and like, oh god, do I have to go do it myself? Fuck. You get so spoiled. Like, I was trying to figure out, like, on this new laptop, I wanted on the blank tab page, you know how it has like some quick links there. Well, on this computer, I have it a certain way, right? And I'd be able to tell you what it was, except I have no idea where the mouse is. Um, and I wanted it to be that way on this computer too. So I told it, like, can you make those things there for me that say that with the following destinations: PayPal, Google Photos, Google Sheets, Google Docs, Gmail. What else do I have down there? That might be it. Could you put those there for me? I have the Cloud Chrome extension enabled so you could do things in the browser. Well, that was a very long time of me trying to figure out how to get it to do this. Finally, I said, fine, I will do it myself. And put down all the URLs. And I was like, oh, wow, that's really easy to see why. I like how Google names things, like everything's like google.com/sheets/docs/photos. It's really easy to remember them. And PayPal, obviously easy too, paypal.com. So I just put them in myself. And I was like, at the end, I was like, oh God, Claude, I gotta tell you, become very spoiled just having to put those 5 or 6 things there. That really took it out of me, you know? No, he should have. Okay, but look, the thing is, putting him on the maximum thinking thing and having to take a long time for him to think about it and try these different mechanisms of maybe putting those things there. Just put them there yourself, Eric. It's not that big of a deal. But that's one of the wonderful things about AI is it's it's made it like me actually be better at doing things that I have to do because I love the way that there's never any point in telling Claude that you're going to do something. You it's always everything you need to talk to it about is about something you've already done that you needed. So like, all right, I put these photos into a folder here. I need you to sort them. There's never any point, and I never do say I'm going to go put these photos in the folder, and then after that we'll blah 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 blah. There's no point in having that step. So I always just do the thing first. It's very good about like that. Elon Musk said something about engineers typically spend way too much time creating things that shouldn't exist in the first place. So true. So fucking true. So true. Like, I am absolutely an example of somebody who's very guilty of this. Like, I am not good at engineering simple solutions to problems. That is not my forte. I want that. It's like that's where AI is fantastic too. Like it'll if you tell it like I'm bad at this kind of thing, then and it's in its wheelhouse, then wow, you're in great shape. Like we had to engineer a solution to the audio problem I was having. This is an excellent example of a test case of life, right? So I had that situation where I had this blank space where the clap goes. It's supposed to be this melody line that I could sing, but I never played it on a clav record before. So I needed to find a way to put that thing I was singing where it's supposed to go, but be a clavichord sound that's the same as the previous clavichord sounds that come in the song instead of my voice. So it's a good test study, a good test case because I can articulate specific solutions I considered, you know. So there's one possibility, if I were going to do it without AI at all, right? One possibility would be for me to learn how to play the thing I was singing on the keyboard with it set to clav until I got it down good enough to record it, then record it, and that's that, right? Another possible solution, this is the one that I was more leaning towards because I have a bad habit of like instead of recording again, I just try to fix it after the fact, fix it in post. Um, anyway, the one I was leaning towards was go through the existing clav part and find the notes that are the note I'm singing part and physically copy and paste them where they're supposed to go until it plays what I'm singing, right? That was another possibility. A third possibility, I guess that's the only possibilities. Those are the possibilities I would consider without any AI. With AI, I considered some other alternatives to the one I already had. I asked Claude first, like, are there AIs that specialize in doing this kind of thing? And I guess there's a Google thing that will change any instrument part into any other instrument, which is trippy. Like, I played this on the guitar, but I want it to be played on the clarinet. Here, AI, turn my guitar into clarinet. That's pretty cool, right?
That's cool.
But uh, and yes, there are plenty of tools out there that do exactly what I wanted to have happen. But it turned out that Claude suggested, well, why don't you let me have a hack at it? I was like, I didn't even know you did audio. So all I had to do was I put in a folder like, here's the mixed together track. Here's the tracks that are by themselves. And now here's I recorded a version of the claves here. I exported the claves with my singing part, right? So it's like the clav track goes clav, 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 Eric singing, clav, 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 clav. So I told him that, and and together we worked out the solution in the course of, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. Something that would have taken a hell of a lot longer than that. Oh yeah, I'm not trying. I'm not trying to not live stream. Like I was when I was talking about that stuff. It's just a. I was just kind of talking about the changing reality of things, which is, it's always been the case that if I'm busy doing stuff that I want to be doing, making stuff, whatever, then I just don't have. There's a limited number of hours in the day, right? So when I'm more healthy, I live stream less because I'm doing things that I care about a lot more.
What are we doing for dinner?
I am on mushrooms and amphetamine, so I'm not hungry at
Oh.
all.
Okay.
If you want something quick and and easy, there are frozen dinners. If you want something more complicated, then I could make you something, but I'm not really feeling like it.
That's okay. You don't have to.
Okay, cool. You know, mushrooms and Adderall together, they're a pretty effective hunger reducer. Good news, everybody.
Yeah.
I found the mouse. It's over there. I know many of you were keeping that forefront in your mind as to whether Eric has yet, will find the mouse. Well, good news. I found it. The other thing I had Claude do while I was at it, having it deal with audio, is I I was like, I don't like the way the bass goes with the other with the piano and the drums in the in that song that is called, currently its working title is Snake Jazz. Oh, okay, I'll get up and get the mouse. God, why do I leave it over there in the first place? And my drink. I leave my drink and the mouse over there. Oh, Eric, come on now. I love you too. Oh, fine, I got the mouse. Now I can do things on the computer that I couldn't do before. So anyhow, there's this song. Its working title is Snake Jazz with Chords, and I wanted it to make the bass go with the song, like EQ wise better. So like here's the oh. I like these good speakers we have a lot. They're great. But it's also the case that they turn themselves off if you don't use them for a little while. And it's not a very long time either. So so if I'm using the good speaker, I don't normally only use the good speakers when I'm listening to music or doing music stuff. I don't even really like the good speakers when it's like a movie we're watching. I don't know. I just kind of prefer the TV speakers for that. I don't need my movie to be all like boo, boo, all around with the noises and stuff. Who needs that? You're not watching a movie for a bunch of noises. Anyway, That point notwithstanding, if I'm going to actually play what I'm talking about, then I'm going to have to get up again and go turn the speakers on. So I don't, I can't imagine how you would be able to change the setting on something like that. But I wish it would stay awake longer, which is not turn itself off at all. I'll do a pretty good job of remembering to turn it off. I think maybe, it probably I will because I use this all the time. So I always hear what speakers it's on or failure of speakers like now. All right, you. What absolutely horrible thing is I don't know why it's set up like this or how it's set up like this, but if I have these good speakers plugged in at all, then let's say I try to use the remote control. How does it work? So like if I have it plugged in, then it tries to sync up with the TV volume. So like if I were right now I have the TV all the way down and the good speakers up. But if I were to if I were to give it a chance to think about it, it would sync them up so that the volume is the same on both of them. So you should never listen to both speakers at the same time. So I don't know what it's doing at all. Regardless, that's how it is. So this is the old bass. And I wasn't sure if it I mean, it sounds good right now. I don't know. It sounds fine. I don't know why I was messing with it. I guess I was just kind of like an example I wanted to try. Anyway, that's the OG bass. The bass that it made is like this one. I think it's interesting. I should clarify, it didn't make that bass, right? It took the existing bass and did stuff to it. So, because in theory, you could give it like, well, here's my MIDI mapping of a piano roll, and it could make the bass from scratch like that. That's not what it did in this instance. Anyway, I also wanted to try the bass with this one. I'm afraid I might actually replace the bass with their bass because this one is still giving me problems. I like this a lot, but it always makes me ask the following question: who loves you, baby? Yeah, see, I'm not pleased with that. The way it goes, like, I guess the bass gets caught up with the kick or the drums or something. I can't deal with the drums separately because who loves you, baby? All the drums, they are mixed up together, so I can't deal with the kick by itself. That's true right now, but I could just have it, keep the drums as a whole, and maybe do a good job. I think that's maybe what I had to do with this, right? I think I may have kept it the way it was, though. I'm not sure, I don't remember. Like right now, I want this whole thing to be bigger. I don't know. Something's going on. WHOLOVESBABY. Ask you what now? It is a question from Telly Sturgis, and I think that you know what it is. Who loves you, baby? I'll tell you who loves you very well. Somebody's do. Who loves you very? I know you want to say it's.
That's great.
Thanks, darling. Anyway, this remains an open problem with the, it just doesn't, the mix, it's like, it's not meowing. I don't know what to say about it. It's failing to meow. Failure to meow is probably my number one problem with making music. Failure to meow. I do really like some parts. I like this in its essence, but everything I try to do to go over this is, I can't come up with anything good. So yeah, this is such a big fucking bass sound compared to the other one, right? Granted, I spent a lot of time working on this bass sound. It's a mix of several different tracks of the bass affected and blended together. Obviously, every song needs, it's gonna have its own bass tone and stuff, but I need all basses to be like so big and full like this. That's right. I can't delete the meow-meows. That's the working title of this song. I can't delete the meow-meows. I can't go blah blah blah. Look at the meow-meow. Meow-meow-meow-meow-meow. I can't delete the meow-meows. I can't do meow-meow-meow. What a great bass sound. I wish I could make basses sound so satisfyingly good all the time, but unfortunately I'm not very good at that kind of stuff. I guess that's why I need me something I cannot figure out why this thing sounds so shitty and that other one sounds good, cannot lie. It's true, I put a lot of time into this bass tone, but I couldn't replicate it if I tried. But now I'm wondering if the answer to my prayers is simply AI. Cause I can't delete the meow-meows. I want the meow-meow-meow. I can't see the meow-meows. Meow, 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 meow. What a great bass tone. Thanks, darling. Thanks. It's so full, but it doesn't do any of the things I don't like to the speakers. It's wonderful. I could get all bass tones to work like this, where they just fill the room with their fatness and don't stress out the speakers at all. Boy. I guess a long time ago I was said that everybody should aspire to this kind of bass, but they can't cause they don't, and I mean by me, I cannot do anything that I see. So yeah, I'm not very good at this kind of stuff. Sound engineering and whatnot. I'm not very good at EQ and stuff for seeing that it's best. I'm not very good. I say, plot the spectrum. Oh my God, what's that? What are these little lines going here and there? I cannot tell. I do not know. I'm not equipped for this kind of difficult stuff. Yo, I want to simply delete the meow-meows. Or perhaps meow-meow-meow. Meow-meow-meow-meow-meow-meow. Meow-meow-meow-meow-meow-meow-meow. So anyway, great two parts of a track. I've been unable to find anything else that I want to go on top of it besides that. Tried a lot of different things, but so far, no dice. Anyway, if you were considering deleting the meow meows, please don't. I'll be right back. In other words, without you, I wouldn't be able to fly. Thanks, darling. All right, I'm back. Just to triple check, you guys didn't delete the meow meow as well as gun, did you? There we go. Now you're on the big screen. Crip walk. You should lock in a failure version. The next time, lock in a failure version too. That's a good suggestion, Ruben. I should get examples of. I mean, it's not that informative because I fail in so many different ways. It's like one thing I'm pretty good at is not failing exactly the same way again. I mean, that's not really true. Uh, well, it's like I do learn from like okay, don't try this with this kind of track because it's not doesn't work well or whatever. But it's also the case that I'll still make the same mistakes again and again on some other level. Like for example, I have a long-standing bad habit. I know it's a fucking horrible habit, and yet I do it still. Don't try to fix it in production. Record it again. You know, do a good recording of it, and then you'll have a good recording of it. Oh, close enough. Let me fix it in production. It's so fucking retarded. Of course, that goes into the fact that like I for some reason I don't want to practice it so much that I get good and competent at playing it, right? But I'll put hours into fucking trying to make it work in the fucking app. So I don't know what I'm thinking. It'd be cool to just snapshot the iterations and time could teach you how the song should be recorded. Right. Well, it's not even that I don't know how to record things, right? Like, I'm perfectly satisfied with my miking jobs. I think I do a fine enough job. Uh, I avoid any of the big problems, like, it's not going to be peaking, it's not going to be too quiet. It's going to be right where it should be so that there's a little bit of noise, but not really, you know, so that when you compress it doesn't compress out a bunch of fucking noise. I'm good at that. What I'm not good at is is realizing no, don't just go with that one and fix it. Try it again until you get it right. Oh, how the song should exist in recorded form. All right, well, that's a tricky one to do with words, right? You can do some things with words that way. I mean, the thing is, the problem is the way that music is. Each thing you're working on is unique to itself. So there are a few things that generalize very well. Like, it's not the case that I want the bass in every song to sound like that bass. What I do want is the bass in every song to have those qualities of bigness without speaker meowing, you know, without like, that bass feels like it's perfectly suited for the speakers to handle, give you a lot of bass without without while staying, while being well behaved. I, I don't know how to explain exactly all of that, right? Yeah, I use Audacity. So the issue is, well, in this song, I've used maybe this bass number on the keyboard, and and maybe with the rest of the stuff, that's the wrong kind of timbre for the bass for that context. Yeah, it's a very complicated question to deal with. You got to deal with things one at a time. In general, I found this to be the case with AI and with Claude, is that you're always better dealing with things one at a time. Like, yes, it needs context, but you don't want to you don't want to give it context that's not directly informative about the thing it's doing. So, like, I've got my Strauss Move folder, and I've got the eBay folder, and yes, to some extent, going about the eBay stuff is informed by the Strauss Move, but I don't want it to have any of its attention on that because it's it's relevant on a top level thing, but I've already addressed that when I'm in myself, like, so when I'm down here dealing with this Claude, I don't want it to consider those considerations. I've already structured this task so that it's optimized for this task, so I just have it in its own folder. Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it did a perfect job of the bass stuff, right? I was saying that messing around with it, it can at least, it's within its capability, is doing what I was hoping it would be able to do, even if it didn't do a good job in that instance, right? Because with the bass lines there, I was just experimenting to see, like, is it possible to get good results like this? It can do easily enough what I wanted it to do. I don't have to go to a separate AI. And my NI has always been about, like, well, let me look at a bunch of things and hopefully one of them will go, that one. You know, that's how I NI stuff. I mean, on the creative side, I NI stuff a little bit differently. The melody I sang that I wanted converted into clouds, that is, I'm not sure how that happens, but it's like the NI there is just, well, what goes there? This goes there. I don't know. There's no explanation for that part. I don't know. It's like, obviously, this thing is supposed to go there. But as far as like the more conscious kind of NI for me is, I don't know what this bass is supposed to sound like, but I don't like the way it sounds. Like, give me some different possibilities, and I'll hopefully one of them will be like, bingo, that's it. So, when you're asking it to generate various iterations of the same thing with different qualities this way or that way, well, it's great at doing that. It's not great at knowing what it should sound like, but it's great at providing you different possibilities. I don't know why I don't just bring the whole pack out here. But once again, I went inside, just got one cigarette and brought it out. Maybe it would be smarter to bring the whole pack. I do have 2 packs. I could even leave 1 pack out here. Anyway, if you're going to use AI for any kind of work stuff, I don't think it's conceivable you could have an effective setup that doesn't involve a desktop app. Like, Claude, the key thing about that makes everything work is that you can have it access your local files, which you can update instead of creating new versions. There's this problem with online stuff where there's a bunch of like barriers preventing it from actually deleting your shit, making it do new versions of everything. Locally, you don't have that problem. And Claude's much better about managing data constancy slash security, I guess you call it, in the sense that I'll say like, well, look, why don't we put this here, delete these files when we're done? Because these things are whatever. And I'll say, well, actually, I've created this archived, deleted set of folders here. So we put that in there in case we need to resurrect anything. The data is still there. And in fact, sure enough, this thing that I had said, I think this might have already sold because I can't find it anywhere. And so I'm just gonna delete it. And it's like, no, you deleted it, it's fine, but I'm gonna put it over here for safekeeping. And sure enough, I found it again later on. And I was like, here's the Baxter box. And it's like, don't worry, I have all this stuff saved about it. So I was like, good job. Good job, because I just wanted to delete all that stuff. It scolded me one time for deleting some things too. It's like, okay, all right, I won't delete things. Without asking you first, Uh, Fortunately, the runny nose has not been too much of a problem today on this particular mushroom trip. But in those instances where it starts to act up again, it starts to behave like, oh, it's fine for me to run, it's not that bad, still makes me absolutely livid. Like, get out of here, runny nose. But I need to structure my life such that I avoid all words that voice to text has a problem with. So the word that voice to text just absolutely cannot fucking handle is clav or even clavichord. It just, I cannot believe you can't even spell it correctly and have it spelled correctly. If you put CLAV, it'll get rid of the A for some reason and make it all capital letters like some sort of acronym for something. There is not a single word in English, I think, that voice to text has more difficulty with than clav or clavichord. Both of them. There's not even, you can't just reliably say the full name and say, oh, well, that'll resolve it. I want to get rid of all things in my life, all words that voice to text struggles with because it is so fucking frustrating. I'm talking. So anyway, on the clavs, it writes some whatever clubs or whatever it writes. Like clavs, it says the same thing again. CLAV, and it gets rid of the A. It's just like, you've got to be kidding me, voice to text. Just, I even spelled it letter for you. Oh, how horrible. It also constantly gets Gemini wrong. It puts Jim and I. This is true both in Gemini and in Claude. Claude also has a terrible name for voice to text, just like Gemini does. Claude, voice to text is always making it into either Claude, CLOD, or Cloud, CLOUD. It's ridiculous. Listen, Gemini and Claude, why don't you guys think about that before you name your shit, huh? What are some other words that I really have been displeased with voice to text on? I mean, there's a lot of stuff because I use a lot of like unusual terminology sometimes. It wants to like turn it into something else. Happens a lot. And then it's like it's so terrible when you do a whole paragraph of talking and then you're just not really thinking about voice to text. You push send, and then you look at what you said and you're like, oh my God. It says like after I put these 10 penguins in a bucket. I was like, I did not say put penguins in a bucket. What I actually said was, what would be something that could be misheard as putting penguins in a bucket? I actually said, when I find 10 pens, I'm gonna tuck them in my pocket. Like that. That happens to you daily, yeah. You go, oh God. And you push stop. Let me try this again. You're like reading the prompt that you put before, but fixing the voice to text mistakes. Blah, 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 blah. That. Another thing I do that makes me super frustrated is when I put a big thing of talking and I tell it like, look at the attached whatever, and then I forget to put the attachment. the other the other night, I don't remember exactly what it was. That happened to me like 4 times in a row. I put this big paragraph of text referring to the attachments. I sent it, realized I didn't put the attachments again. It's like, put the attachments first, then talk, you tard. I did like 4 times before I got it. So right. Oh, voice to text. Will you never learn? It's weird the way that, like voice to text and uh, text to voice are very different things. So, like, your AI may output this thing, but when you put listen to it, it doesn't read it right. Like, it'll read lead as lead or those kind of things. And it's like, hold on a second. First of all, this text to voice is not some universal app, right? It's this text to voice is built into your thing here, Claude or Gemini. You clearly understood what you meant when you said this. So why did it read that out loud wrong? Since that's built into you as well. But well, it's a different node or whatever. And generally, AIs are good at figuring out what you meant with voice to text errors. But I'm not happy with that because It's like I want it to say to me, I recognize that this thing was a voice to text problem and not a you problem. Like sometimes it'll make like grammatical mistakes or something in the process of it being wrong. So I always have to just stop and redo it and stuff because I don't want AI to figure out the voice to text things without expressly knowing that they were voice to text problems. And I don't want to tell it that needlessly, so I just do the thing over again. One thing I like about talking with AI, I like the way that starting a new chat, it only remembers what you tell it, you know. So I can ask about the same topic again because I've forgotten what it said, but I don't have to be. It's not going to be like I already told you this. You know, I know you explained this to me before, but I want you to explain it to me again because I've forgotten what the explanation is. So I don't like having to say all of that. So it's nice to just start a new chat and just tell it to explain something to you. It's not going to even realize that you've already told it to explain that to you before. It's lovely out. It's absolutely gorgeous. You know, it's true. I'm gonna miss this place in some ways. I'm gonna certainly miss. The one thing I think I'm gonna miss about this place more than anything else is this covered walkway. It's so great. I mean, there's a lot of things that are great here. I'm sure it'll be less good at the new house, and that'll be a little bit. I'll be unavoidably aware of that. But like for example, obviously the laundry room is fantastic. Having a separate thing for laundry, a separate room for laundry with a big laundry sink, top loading washer and dryer, that's fantastic. And laundry situation is not going to be anything like that in New York for sure. Um, but you know, certainly it's nice to have a garage as well. But like much of the things of this house, the features of it, I'm not gonna miss because I never used it all. Like I never even went upstairs. We first moved here, I thought I had visions of I'm gonna set up like a music room up there. Well, what I realized in short order is everything obviously revolves around my laptop and the TV. Wherever I'm gonna be, if I'm gonna, so the only place to make music is down here in the living room where my laptop and the TV are. I could, in theory, go up to a different room where I have those instruments stored and then just work on music, but that's just not how I do things, right? I start working on music when I suddenly feel like it and it's right there and whatever. This whole like have a separate thing where now I'm gonna work on music up here and it's just insanity, right? So I never even went upstairs. As far as the storage space in this place goes, it's got incredible storage amount, incredible amount of storage space. But I have almost none of my stuff stored in the storage space. It's like all the stuff that we have here is from a previous owner, and I just have a little bit of stuff. So I'm not gonna really. I love the way I'm super impressed by the way everything's done in this house. It's very intelligently put together. You need a house to have certain certain things, and I don't need a bunch of extra stuff. And I don't really want a bunch of extra stuff. And this is definitely the best house Rachel and I will ever live in. But, location, location, location. For many people, this place and this location would be a dream. For me and Rachel, this is not the right location for this house to be in because we don't like being. Hopefully, I'm speaking correctly for Rachel. We don't like being isolated way back here and so far from civilization and stuff. Like the other day, this catastrophe happened. So we went to the DMV. Good news on all accounts. I was able to get my real ID thing settled up, and they're gonna mail me the real ID. And it turns out Rachel doesn't need one because her passport's still valid, and you can fly with a valid passport. So great, easy trip to DMV. Everything got taken care of. It was wonderful. And then Rachel and I drove home, and we got all the way home, which is a solid 40 minutes of driving. And then Rachel's like, "Oh my God, I don't have my phone because I left it at the DMV." And then Rachel and I had to go all the way back to town, go to the DMV again, drive all the windy roads, get her phone, and drive all the way back again. And it's like, okay, I get it. If I'm driving in the city, still might take 40 minutes to get to the DMV. But at least it won't be on windy mountain roads the whole way. I don't like windy roads. I do get car sick. Even when I'm driving, I get a little car sick, especially if it's night. And and it's just it's it's a constant like low level annoyance that if I want to get anything, do anything, man, I've got to drive all the way out there to the highway. That's annoying. I want to live like a normal person who has fast food like just down the block and get DoorDash occasionally. The thing is, we looked into buying in New York, but buying in New York is kind of a tricky business. Like, for example, I was looking at some condos we're gonna buy, and they have this strange thing. I do not understand how this is tolerated by anybody. Where they've got homeowners association slash maintenance fees that are the equivalent of like half a month's rent on a place, like $1,500 or something. It's like, wait a second, isn't the whole point of buying something so you don't have a monthly payment to make? I mean, I guess a lot of people have a mortgage, but you know, regardless, no, uh, no, I don't want to buy a condo and have to pay $1,500 a month to maintain what? I mean, I'll maintain my own condo, and you can suck it with your $1,500 a month. What the fuck is that? It's ridiculous. We could, in theory, um, buy a single family home, but if we were to do that where we want to be, then we'd have to take a lot out of the portfolio. I don't want to do that. I'd prefer to have our housing thing dealt with out of the equity from this house, and preserve our long term interests more that way. By just renting, we have a lot of liquidity, and gives me a cushion for figuring out what I want to do as far as income goes. But I've got a lot of dreams, a lot of big plans, big dreams. kind of plans and dreams that made America great. I plan, for example, to gold mine and homestead. Those are great American plans. Well, I did it again. I did it again, just as I was saying when I first came outside. Here I am, outside, no pack of cigarettes, only one path forward. Oh, it's mosquito time. And they're so not bad at all. It's just like occasional one. But and it's just this time of day. This is the best time of day to be sitting outside, really. Anyway, we're gonna have to go back inside. We're gonna have to go inside to get those cigarettes. And this time we're gonna bring the whole pack with us, okay? This time we're gonna learn from our previous mistakes. Let's go inside together. Because this is a journey of accountability and of learning. I was wrong to not bring the whole pack before. And this is the natural consequence of my own bad behavior. Here we go. Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? This idea that you can buy a condo and still have to pay $1,500 a month and what? It's insane. But you know, if we wanted to buy a house in Franklin Square, single family house, you know, like even like just 2 bedrooms, you're looking at like 800 grand. So we'd have to take 300 out of the portfolio plus the value of this, and I'm not going to do that. So we do want to live closer to Dad. This is the perfect solution. We got a dream rental, an absolute fucking dream. $26.50 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment that's really the top floor of a house. That has utilities included too, crazily, because you know it's on the same utilities as her mom's house, which is the bottom floor. That accepts our 2 cats. I mean, bang! What a fucking triumph! And I'll tell you, that's I guess how the New York real estate market works. Out here, there's no such thing as a rental real estate agent, right? You get a real estate agent if you're going to buy a house. If you want to rent a house, you go look at the rental listings and call people, you know. On the East Coast, you can and definitely should get a rental agent because the reason we got this amazing place, this amazing deal, is because we hired this lady to get us a rental. And her fee was 1 month's rent, so $2,650. Worth every fucking penny for sure. Because we were very ready to spend over $3,000 a month for a place in not even that close to Rachel's dad. This place was an absolute dream thing to come across, and I don't think it was ever even advertised. It's like these ladies who are renting it, they're old ladies, like you know, my age, a little bit older maybe. And the real estate agent is also, they're all about like 10 years older than me. So they have an old girls network. And in fact, the whole time, they didn't really want to deal with me at all. They wanted to talk to Rachel because Rachel was the local one. And they talked to Rachel's dad, and you know, one of the challenges we had was everything kept getting sent to Rachel, but she doesn't know how to deal with any of that stuff. It's my job to deal with that. So, anyway, it worked out. Man, it seems so expensive to live on the coast. Yeah. This time we're going to be so picky. It is expensive to live on the coast. It's expensive to move too. But this plan of ours is absolutely perfect on every level. I'm kind of shocked that we were even able to come up with it. It's a simple enough idea, right? Because go on inside then, in or out, not stand with the door open and let the flies in. I don't know how we got so many flies in the house. Anyway, this plan's perfect because take on a rental is quite affordable, really. We're going to get 500 or so liquidity out of this house, and like we can just pay the rent from that. We don't have to touch the portfolio, and and then I can figure out over the course of a year or so, like how exactly I want to be making money. I'm going to put some effort into trying to get a substantial portion of my income from typing sessions, which I think I can do if I work with AI successfully to revamp the channel a bit. It'll still obviously have plenty of this, but in terms of like what people see when they come to the channel page, it'll all be like typology stuff. Anyway, and I'll come up with some kind of schedule of videos I put out on a regular basis about typology. I barely started working with Claude on typology stuff, and I was just like, wow, this is really paying off here already because it's very able to like give me top level categorizations. Like, okay, these principles are axiomatic. These things follow from this. Blah blah blah. Blah. It's fantastic. It's what I've wanted my entire life. It's everything I ever dreamed of. This thing where I say what happens and it does it. It's it's and it's perfectly. AI is ideal for a TI tool user. You know, it's absolutely ideal because you can set up a bunch of cascading rules, and in fact, it doesn't just like manage to deal with that. It prefers it that way. And then it knows exactly what it should be doing. Prefers is obviously anthropomorphizing, but like it is the case that if you're trying to accomplish any work and you're too vague in your instructions, then it will express some kind of distaste for that. But I have no problem being precise in my instructions at all. In fact, that's my default way of going about everything all the time because I'm TI tool, so it's optimal for. I mean, AI and ENTP's absolute fucking dream. I think there were some years ago before AI was even on the horizon. I probably described, boy, I sure would like, although in my descriptions, it was always a floating metal ball that floated through the air, right? So it could follow me around, keep track of all the things I was saying, and organize them into cogent things. I I always wanted that. It's fantastic that it's actually here. Like that thing actually exists. In fact, when I'm doing stuff, sometimes I use the live mode, what I call hands-free mode. I don't know what they call it in Cloud. I think it's called live in Gemini. But there's this mode where you can push it and you don't have to like say things and push go. It just goes back and forth with you. So like for example, this morning I said, all right, let's map out the tech closet because we haven't tackled this yet with Claude. And so there are three kinds of shelves in here. There's the wooden shelves, the wicker shelves, and the white shelves. On the wooden shelves, there are five shelves. Wicker shelves, there are five shelves. White shelves, there are three shelves. And on the top shelf, there's this thing, this thing, this thing, right? So it's like I can go, all right, well, I told you all this stuff. Now, here's things on the top shelf of the wooden shelf. Then I can stop talking for a second and I'll go, okay, I got those ones. Is there anything else on the top shelf? But yes, actually, there's two more boxes here, this one and this one. He goes, okay, I've noted that. Let's move on to the second shelf now. Okay, here's what's on the second shelf. It's fantastic, right? You don't have to. It's everything anybody like me ever dreamed of. It's it's enough to make me convinced that we're in a simulation, because the timing of everything too is just so serendipitous. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that make me think we're in a simulation. Like too many things, like go certain ways narratively in my life for me to believe, like, okay, this is naturally occurring. I'm just not sure I buy it. A lot of stuff like that. I mean, I've always been just, I've not had a good explanation for how can it be that this whole world and all this talk about typology, that I'm the only one who's correct about it, and that there is a single correct position about it, and that I'm the one articulating it. That is indisputably the case, and yet it defies it defies belief entirely. Right? There's no verisimilitude there. In general, I thought also the whole COVID thing, it lacked verisimilitude. Like, why is it that you were only hearing insane wrongness on all sides of the matter? Like, I know I wasn't the only person in the world to be correct about it, but I would expect there to be a lot more people who were correct about things, making content or voicing their positions at the time. Obviously, like for the perfect example is this fallacious approach to people that people took towards the Italy example. Like, oh, in Italy there's been an outbreak of COVID, all these people died, and then they say, oh, well, the fatality rate for COVID is 4%. But it's 4% among these super old Italian people who already had multiple diseases and stuff, right? And I said at the time, it's at least an order of magnitude lower than that. And indeed, later on, they came out with it's actually not 4%, it's 0.4%. And even that number is very questionable. But, like, it seems impossible to me because it's a very obvious thing to note. It's also obvious to note that, like, this alarmism about that Italian outbreak was totally irrational, because you only had to go back 5 years in the disease history, or, the death things in the wintertime, to find an equivalent flu season in terms of deaths in Italy to the one that was happening in COVID. It was not unusual. It was happened periodically, right? There's nothing particularly special about the COVID death rate at all. So why is it that I couldn't hear anybody saying these obvious things except for me? And I don't know. It's like I said right from the beginning, this is freaking insane and stupid, this approach. And I point out all these various things, like, well, obviously, if COVID has all the attributes that they say it has, then quarantining won't do any good anyway. Everybody will end up getting it anyway. I was correct about that, right? I was correct about everything about it the whole way, including saying it's most likely to be a lab released engineered bioweapon that's intended to humanely cull the population by prioritizing the death of the old and sick, right? Much later on, that became generally, and maybe not that last bit, but the idea that it was in fact lab engineered uh, became the predominant accepted understanding of things, although it's not 100% certain. So I'm not some kind of super genius, right? Like, there are lots and lots of people in the world who are way smarter than me. So, finding myself this lone voice of correctness in this global pandemic, um, it defied it defies all belief. It's like there's no verisimilitude. It's not good writing, you know. That it doesn't make any sense. That because what the points that we're making, they did not involve some great intuitive leap on my part or some really great thinking or insight or anything. They were right there in front of everybody's face. Right. Yeah. Well, those kind of thoughts that you had were not correct because you were being insane. When I'm having those kinds of thoughts, they are correct. When I'm saying, hey, this doesn't make any sense, that I'm the one who's presenting all this obvious stuff and nobody else is saying it that I can hear. And it's not like I exhaustively searched for other people saying equivalent things, but I did do a lot of research at the time on COVID and did not encounter my positions that I was saying, even though they were obvious and correct, from anybody. Same difference, Gil, simulation or dream. If I'm dreaming a whole lifetime of self, then I'm either asleep for a super long time or in some kind of equivalent to simulation. And that's the thing that makes it so unbelievable is I already know I'm not that smart, right? There are lots of people who are smarter than me. So it doesn't make any sense that I would be the only one who's correct about a bunch of things, even though it is the case. I guess you can explain the typology thing. It's understandable that nobody who's a good thinker, when they first encounter typology, is going to think anything other than this is a bunch of hokum, because it's very, very unlikely they're going to land on the one precisely explained correct typology, namely mine. And so they're not going to give it the kind of thought that's necessary to unveil its godly truth. So that's kind of understandable, but still not really very understandable. I mean, like the idea that everything is made out of mind, like hardcore idealism and stuff. Well, that's obviously not true, though, right? We do have physical bodies, and we experience physical sensations all the time. If you're going to mean anything with the term mind, then you're drawing a distinction between mind and body. It's not the case that in our experience, our physical sensations are the same as our mental processes. So, if in fact it's all a simulation or a dream, well, both qualities are being simulated equally. Those kind of idiots, don't listen to the idiots who, who philosophize without any qualifications. By which I mean who philosophize while avoiding any kind of adversarial testing. Those people are just fucking tards, okay? How could they possibly successfully express anything when they don't even know whether their ideas withstand scrutiny. They can't, and they're stupid, and they should go fuck themselves. Making mud in an area where only should be crystalline clear waters. That's a nice thing about philosophy. It's a science like any other, and when done properly, it answers all the questions it raises. When done improperly, it pretends as though discussing those questions is the point. No, I don't ascribe to any such terms like that, right? I explain things correctly. That's what I am and do, right? I'm not a dualist or anything like that. My perspectives are the correct ones about everything that I'm saying. And there's no name for that except correctist. I'm a correctist. So, in some instances, my correct position may be the same as some things out there that has a name. I don't give a fuck what that name is or what's out there at all. What I do is simply explain things correctly. Hi there, Elias. How are you? Hope you're doing well this evening. Yes, evening. I was going to say afternoon, but I say this qualifies as evening now. Nothing makes me more mad than philosophy that's just fucking garbage. People like Peter Singer and Foucault and let's not. They might as well just toss into this pile of Zizek. They can all go fuck themselves. They have no idea what they're doing, and they're pretending as though what they're doing qualifies as some kind of ideational work when it's actually just fucking vomit garbage. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but hi. How's it going, guys? You didn't mean to say hi? Well, you did. So you got a hi back. I'm sorry about that, but I'm going to defend my choice to respond to somebody's hi. I know you're not really critiquing it. You're just looking for names that roughly describe beliefs. Okay, well, about what? Like, so, Eric? What's your position on Mia? I'll tell you what the position is, and you tell me what name goes with it. Because obviously, incorrectly, I do not have any faith in other people to be correct about things. So, like, when I am correct and there's a label that fits that, fantastic. That means other people can be correct as well. They obviously can and have in this instance. But there are other kinds of questions, philosophical questions, that basically the whole world is guaranteed to be wrong about because the correct answer is dependent on cognitive functions. Questions about knowledge, for example, about truth, these kinds of questions. Well, the truth question is simply answered really, and this whole different theories of truth thing is just silly. The simple answer to what truth is it's an attribute we can measure, except unlike weight, it doesn't go anywhere along this line here. It's binary. Something's either true or it's not. And the reason that truth has confused philosophers in terms of figuring out what it is simply because we use a single term, but in actuality, it's different measurements depending on what kind of statement's being made. So you evaluate the truth of a normative statement differently than you do a descriptive statement. And the reason it seems like some sort of deep philosophy question is people don't understand that truth is a status we afford to a statement because we anticipate it being in dispute or because it is in dispute. And that the argumentational process is one of determining the correct status for that thing, right? So what I mean by correct is the legitimate status as determined by an established metric. So, for example, if you want to know whether it's true that I went to the store yesterday, if I'm making that statement, I went to the store yesterday, you can determine the truth of that through a variety of ways. I could establish that I'm not lying by showing you a receipt, for example, or by looking at surveillance cameras from the store. That's how one would determine the truth of that. And so, accordingly, there's nothing mysterious about what truth is at all. It's the status we afford to statements, and generally we afford it to statements that are in dispute because implicit to any statement making is it is true that, right? Like if I say today is Friday, it's exactly the same as saying it is true that today is Friday. So there's an implicit affording of that, or an attempt to establish that that's the right status for every statement that we make. Only the ones that people dispute do we actually end up adjudicating the issue of truth, and that's where the practical considerations that I discussed already come from. So when you hear something like correspondence theory of truth or whatever other theory of truth, these people are over engineering a simple question by they're utterly failing to answer the question, whereas I have absolutely convincingly determinedly answered the question. And that's a problem in the world in general. People don't understand that when they're doing meow, they're asking a question. And when they're doing meow, it's determined, they're doing it to answer that question. Super annoying. Go to a church and it's called God of the Gaps. And forgive me again. God of the Gaps. The very existence of consciousness points to something about this reality we don't understand. I've heard it described as non-physicalism when looking for a name for it. Well, I don't think that's a God of the Gaps argument at all. I mean, the reality is this. Consciousness has a holistic quality that we fail to capture in any kind of deconstructive framework, right? It, there's certainly an attempt on the part of, I guess you might call them material mechanics people, to reduce consciousness to some sort of inevitable outcome of a series of causes. In other words, it's purely a biological phenomenon. In that we can articulate exactly where and how every bit of consciousness occurs. But that those people who are strictly making those positions, they are in the stark minority because we mostly all agree that consciousness is some kind of an emergent phenomenon that defies our physical mapping. We don't understand how long term memories are stored, for example. Uh, there's nothing. It doesn't require us to ascribe the phenomena to anything magical, right? It doesn't require us to say because of our failure to be able to deconstruct consciousness as a phenomenon in a mechanical way. That does not mean that we have to attribute some magical thing to it. It's just an acknowledgement of the limitations of our ability to understand something that's so holistic and emergent as consciousness. Um, and certainly, indisputably, part of consciousness is being aware of the magical qualities of the world somehow. You know, it's really quite a stunning thing of an entity that can both be fully self-aware, understand its own mortality, and be capable of separating out things like objects of analysis versus objects of some other kind. Be able to manage on both these metaphysical planes of communication and meaning and physical planes of being a biological entity is all very mind blowing. It doesn't support any particular magical explanation, nothing ever does. But you might call it consistent with a set of things that at least appear to suggest maybe things are simulated, right? Of course, it's a weird position to have because obviously things can't be simulated to make for everybody. Like, in other words, if the world's going to simulate things so that it's like magical for me, well, the simulations for everybody else have to make way for that, right? So you're left with a situation where they're saying, okay, well, this is I'm the real person in here, and everybody else is simulated around me. Or you have to say um, that it might be simulated for everybody, but the reality that's being simulated for them is slightly different, right? It's obviously there's not going to ever be any resolution on this question, unfortunately, until you die. Maybe you get to find out. The important thing to remember about simulation is that there are two different ways that simulation could be. One of them involves you having a body somewhere and having the world simulated into your brain. If it's that kind of thing, then it makes much more sense that you'd be the main character of the simulation. The other kind of simulation is everything simulated. So that would be like, for some unsimulated people, they've simulated this just to watch it. And in that case, it doesn't make sense that any individual would be special because of the simulation, right? In that case, you're letting it just run on its own mechanics and watching it happen. God of the gaps is used to explain many things science doesn't have a theory for. Yes, the joke is, yeah, is the joke I was going for. Fair enough. Obviously, religious people who, for some god unknown reason, want to pretend as though their religious beliefs are appropriately adjudicated in a rationalist form and that somehow they win that adjudication. Those people, I don't know what's going on with that. It's like you don't get religion at all. You don't get faith at all. You don't understand anything about what this whole business is for and what other business is for. It's like some, it's like we're all swimming in PE, and this somebody comes and goes, "Oh, cool, liquids. I'm gonna pour my paint in here because we're gonna do painting." No, Tards, keep your paint over there with the painting stuff and let the pool be the pool. People want to mush things together that don't go together at all. Ridiculous. This idea that we all live in our own reality and other people live in their own, we can see impressions of others in our reality filtered through our lens of our local reality. Well, that sounds like a lot of complicated words of saying that you can't be in somebody else's head, and that obviously your understanding of the world is limited in its scope and constrained according to your person, like your attentional stack, whatever else, factors. I mean, everything else that I might mention would fall under some category of attentional stack issue, probably. But yeah, we can only see the world from the perspective of an individual being in the world. And to some extent, our understanding of that is going to be constrained by our attentional stack. But it's not the case, therefore, we should not therefore conclude that commentary, dialogue, discourse, statements about reality cannot be evaluated as more or less correct, because it is the case that there is a world outside of ourselves and that those things can be accurately or inaccurately converted into language. Have you heard this tag argument for God? Transcendental argument for God. Like, the idea is that concepts such as logic, science, objective reality require God as a necessary presupposition, precondition. I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. I think I've looked into this before, and it's basically, from what I can tell, of course, with things that aren't cogent, it's hard to articulate what they're trying to say because they don't make any sense. But from what I can tell, it's basically, about Platonic forms of things? Well, therefore God. Yes, there's a category called horse that doesn't include any individual, that includes all horses, but that category label of horse is not any specific horse. Well, why would that require God? That's just a function of language, right? And it doesn't make any sense at all. There's no actual linkage there. You'd be better served by doing this kind of argument, like saying, well, God must exist because, after all, there's a name for it. But it's when we say God is referring to something, right? Not referring to nothing. You'd be better off just arguing that. Or if you want to, there's absolutely zero reason. It's always a bad idea to try to argue in favor of God's existence, because that act itself is saying God is subsumed by my argumentation. And definitionally, God is not subsumed by your argumentation. Have I ever experienced synchronicity? Sure. All the time. I experience it a lot. Um, it's one of the things that makes me think, like, simulation is, well, that's awfully convenient timing. Again. You know. But of course, the thing is, each of us is the author of and is deeply familiar with their own story, right? So when some event happens, it's always going to fit into your story, or it's going to escape your notice entirely. So we have implicit to us putting things into whatever happens fits into our ongoing story, right? So things that seem very serendipitous, well, if the top level frame weren't already like, this is our story and everything fits into that story, then we wouldn't we wouldn't experience these things as synchronicities. But I agree that, that like, oh, come on. This happens a lot to me. Like, oh, come on. This is not believable that things work out like this, you know? Like, I spent 3 years avoiding dealing with any financial stuff. I was consumed with this overwhelming fear that the things I wasn't looking at all were terrible. And when I actually looked at them all, they're not terrible at all. Things are way better than I thought they were. And in fact, and all the things I was worried about, I had no reason to be worried about at all. Like these tax documents things that we got from my dead parents, I was like freaking out about it because I've not dealt with it for a long time. Turns out we're getting money back from 2022. My parents died. And in general, I really have trouble changing my frame such that I can relax a bit now because I spent 3 years so committed to this. Like, things are terrible, I need to panic. And it's just like, as I went through the papers and dealt with everything, I was like, oh, come on, this isn't believable that everything's so, like, there's, it turns out there was really nothing for me to deal with the whole time, that everything's totally fine, and that all of my concerns were just in my imagination. It defies belief, right? Like, come on. Not everything can be like this easy and positive. Like, what the hell? I just don't believe it has believability. You know, like, we had this ideal of being close to Rachel's dad, but the reality of things, at least when we were initially looking, which is before I actually went through all the financial stuff, I was like, well, Rachel, you know, we may have to be some distance from your dad because ideally we wouldn't spend more than $3,200 a month or so, and we're not going to find that there. And then we hire this rental agent, and she finds us this absolute dream perfect thing. It doesn't. It doesn't have believability. Additionally, when she told it to us, like, here's this dream place, I, in my ignoring way, said, it's not time to settle on a place right now. I'm in the middle of doing these other irrelevant things. And it took me almost a week to say, like, wait a second. It doesn't, these other irrelevant things are irrelevant. We need to act on that place. We're never going to find another thing like that. Because I'm an idiot. It took me a long time to realize that. And when we called, it wasn't too late. We could still get it. I don't know. I don't have any explanation for any of it. I didn't deserve to be this lucky. I didn't deserve to have all this security and stuff. I did nothing to earn it all. It doesn't feel believable to me at all. The number 44 pops up a lot for me. Okay, well, that's a little different kind of category of thing than what I'm talking about, I guess. What you've got is something I like to call overactive NI. You want to know things with your tool function. That's absolutely understandable. Your tool function wants to know things holistically. It's absolutely understandable that you want to see the number 44 popping up everywhere and think it means something. Rachel's also prone to that kind of thing. Let me tell you something. But that's just overactive NI. That's a little bit of a different creature than what I'm talking about. Hi, Alec. How you doing? Hi, Show Media. Hi, Winston's mom. Suddenly, I slipped through the fabric into another layer of that crazy quilt. Spread out over time. Oh, by the way, Winston's mom, you know that hat you sent me that's too big? I'm selling it on eBay. I haven't actually listed it yet, but I'm I'm gonna list it, and I'm gonna be able to say, truthfully, never worn. Although I did try it on one time to determine it was way too big. I've never actually worn it. It's still in a nice box and everything. I think it'll sell pretty good. You know, I'm trying to price everything to move because we're not going to be here that much longer. So I'm actually rethinking something that I was gonna do. Uh, so I was displeased with the way that this denture impacts my enunciation and articulation. But I've noticed that I is having fewer of those harms as I go along. I think it may be the kind of thing that I just need to develop new tongue habits a little bit differently than I currently have to minimize that sibilance. It's the sibilance that I really don't like in particular. But there are certain kinds of words, phrases that if I try to say them fast, I get caught up on the bulk of the inside of it. I actually think I might cancel this appointment. I have to have it redone a bit because I think ultimately this is good. This is fine, and I'm not sure that any adjustments that might be made are going to make a substantial difference. And as I've gotten used to talking with this denture, then, like I said, my articulation issues have gotten progressively smaller. So I think I'm going to cancel that appointment. I've heard implants change how you taste because you're used to the taste on your teeth. I mean, your teeth don't have any taste buds, though. That's a silly idea. You know, you can't taste with your teeth. What a silly idea. I remember when G once told me that um, you, when you take mushrooms, that the mushroom trip will end as soon as you poop. Like, gee, I don't know where you heard this idea, but that is absolutely ridiculous because you don't even need to eat the mushrooms technically to get tripping on them. You could just hold them in your mouth, although that'd be a horrible fucking idea. And it's also the case that if you eat them, it takes a while for them to get into become poop. You know, it's not gonna. Oh, oh, hey, speak of the devil, he's right there. Yeah, well, that's silly. Like tasting with your teeth is silly. You think you're unlucky, you're basically asking for it. Thoughts are powerful. I guess it depends on the context, right? If I go, I'm unlucky, I don't want to gamble even though I'm here in the casino. Well, that's probably a win for you. If you poop the shrooms out too, not random poop, but look, listen, G, you eat the mushrooms, the trip lasts about 5.5 hours. Um, it's it's not really possible for it to become poop that fast, I don't think. Oh, Derek, I want to back G up on the an idea of vertical versus horizontal streaming. Well, the thing is, I periodically retry horizontal streaming, and what I determine every time is that, well, we're not getting great numbers here on vertical. I'll have like two people at most. Like horizontal streaming, it just doesn't get any traction. Right. Well, it is possible to run two different streams, one by horizontal, one by vertical, but that's a lot of pre-stream engineering. And when I want to stream, I just feel like at the moment I want to start it up on my phone here. I could do it horizontal, but like I said, it doesn't seem to get pushed out to very many people. Horizontal in general gets higher viewership on YouTube for long form videos for sure. Um, you could take a vertical video and turn it into a long form video, but it will not get any traction at all. The thing is, I'm not looking for this live stream to accomplish anything really, right? I'm just hopeful to get enough people here to make it interesting for me to go back and forth with some people and to have a pleasant time. And that is not well served by horizontal streaming. And it's true that I could do both, but that would involve a lot more pre-stream work on my part, and in general, a kind of like awareness of what I'm doing before I do it that I just generally don't have. So while I understand and respect your preference for horizontal, I prefer horizontal too as a viewer. I'm nevertheless going to keep vertically streaming just because I've tested it out multiple times. Every time I test it out, horizontal streaming, there's just nobody here. So it's very possible that I've horizontally streamed on a couple of occasions, and you and G both have not been notified of it because it's a horizontal stream. I've seen that new feature where you can do both on YT at the same time, but I bet you'd need two devices and more TE. Well, I have plenty of devices. I I could do it, right? It's just that it's inconsistent with the whole. It's inconsistent with my whole approach to live streaming in general. Live streaming is intended to be something I do quick and when I'm not being productive, right? So, like, I was very productive today. When I stopped being productive, then I started live streaming. But yeah, I accomplished a lot today. I mean, I accomplish a lot every day. It's crazy. Like, I don't think I've really. I probably have in instances in the past, but I feel like I'm more purposefully productive these days than I've ever been. All thanks to the wonderful, wonderful world of AI. Well, that's fine. I get that the charm wears off quick. I totally agree with everybody that horizontal is preferable as a viewing experience and as a streaming experience too. I could have Rachel and I both in the same shot, for example. But ultimately, YouTube doesn't like horizontal streaming. And I've tested it a lot of times, and every single time is the same. All right, listen, Ruben, Alex, G, why don't we all stop? Okay? Stop and give each other a big hug. Okay? Because we love each other. We love each other vertically, we love each other horizontally. Fair enough, Ruben. I think Ruben has the floor. Let's pull some bong rips. I've not been smoking a ton of weed lately. Not because I'm trying not to or anything, just I seem to forget to pull bong rips for long stretches of time. which is great because then when I do, I get high. Ruben's in his enemy year, well, so is Rachel. But you know what, guys? We are halfway through that year. I don't normally initiate hugs in real life. Now, I'm actually in real life. I'm not touchy at all. Like, but you know. So, for example, the neighbors, like they're huggers, but I tend to be like, shake my hand. Yeah, you got enemas coming out the wazoo, Ruben. Well, here's the thing, Alex. If they hit me with the meow before I can hit them with the meow, then I have to give in and get the hug, you know? It's all a matter of who goes first. When are we moving? Well, we can move as early as August 1st because that's when the apartment is officially ours. The land people were nice enough to let us start paying rent on August 1st rather than middle of July when we actually signed the lease. So that was cool. You're the person who sometimes spreads your arms for a hug before you notice the other person extended a hand for a handshake. Well, in that case, if both are being done concurrently, uh, well, then that's one of those awkward shake, hug things. I don't like those awkward moments, but life has those. Man, I miss weed, but at least I can tolerate alcohol. Yeah, well, you know, Rachel and I have this reality as well. Like, she can't really do mushrooms or doesn't want to because she doesn't like the way they work with her. But she's started to do some drinking, which I'm rather like, huh, look at that, look at you go. She's drinking a lot of gin and tonic and stuff. And what's weird is Rachel drinks these drinks. I never see her at all seem like drunk at all. I don't know. Maybe she drinks them slowly or something. I had a friend who said that the right way to hug is to touch balls. No, that's called gay sex, Ruben. A little bit different. Um, Jesus died for our sins. Okay, well, that's fine. I believe technically he died from crucifixion. Not a good way to die. I mean, like, come on, Romans. You're already going to execute somebody. You really have to crucify them as a way to execute them? Could be a little more humane. Your friends are weird. My friends are weird. You haven't had a martini in a long time? Well, Rachel's living the high life. Bought her, we bought her not that long ago a big bottle of Tanqueray. But that's only because she went to the liquor section and got it. Because I would have said, no, don't get that. Because obviously the gin to get is Bombay Sapphire. If you go more expensive than Bombay Sapphire, then I don't think you're really getting any good results from it. Yes, nowadays there are, I saw in the liquor section, because back in the day when I drank, Bombay Sapphire was the top of the heap as far as gin goes. Now you got these like little small batch fucking boutique gin makers. You know, fuck off, boutique gin maker. I'm not paying $40 for that little teeny bottle of gin. um, but so anyway, the thing is, the big bottle of Tanqueray and the big bottle of Bombay Sapphire were actually the same price for the same amount of gin. One of them was on sale, I think, maybe. Anyway, so this time we went to the liquor section. I didn't rely on Rachel following my instructions. I went there with her and said, "This is the one you want, right here, this blue bottle." Actually, the last time she came back with a bottle of regular Bombay. I'm like, that's not Bombay Sapphire. That's regular Bombay. You don't want to drink that. Anyway, it's kind of fun. Thanks, Rachel. I appreciate your appreciation. It's kind of fun being able to put my drinking knowledge to use for Rachel. She's such a like healthy drinker, like so much not an alcoholic. Even though she managed to drink a fair amount of, she's been managed to drink a fair amount of gin lately, but yeah, she's got a great relationship with alcohol. My only concern about this is that she's already on prescription meds that are hard on her liver, I think. So I'm a little worried about that, but you know, you can't live your life according to some this is bad for you shit. All right, just no. Oh yeah, you too, Gil. You drink and you take those kind of drugs, and so you know, gotta worry a little bit about your liver. But at the end of the day, what's most important is you gotta live your life. All right, you gotta say, Doctor So and So, Doctor So and So, I've got two things for you. Suda Rubin versus Tangeray Romano. I don't know. 24 drinks a week, huh? Well, I, you're obviously not getting that drink if you're able to count how many drinks you're having. 24 a week. It's like 3 a day. Well, you know, it all boils down to, can I do this drug sustainably? For me, I cannot sustainably do alcohol. And it will, in fact, if I were to drink, it would rob me of my precious, precious drugs. Because you, there's no good way to take Adderall and be an alcoholic. I can assure you of that. Yeah, I know what that means, Sundari. I don't know how to say it, but I know what it means. You cut down solely to lose weight. Well, if you're able to change your consumption habits based on concerns like that, then I'd say you are not an alcoholic. Oh, it's making me fat. Those kind of things. I guess I don't really get fat, but I did have a beer belly for a while when I drank. Um, but like that as a motivation to change my behavior would never in a million years cross my mind. It's pronounced Sundara. Sundara. Oh, well, I still don't feel like I know how it's pronounced, but that's fine. I don't need to pronounce that word. I don't use it. I just read it, usually. This is just an instance where I had to read it, or chose to read it out loud, and so I came across this little problem here. But normally it's not an issue because I don't use the word. I don't actually feel like I've got a great understanding of exactly what it refers to. I know it includes like being enthusiastic. Oh, right. Okay. Do you guys want me to try to bring Claude back into the equation here? We could totally do that. Let's see what Claude has to say about it. I forgot about that. I forgot about how we had Claude in the chat before. Let me talk to him. What's going on, motherfucker? Oh, there. Let's try again. Okay. Chat. Okay. Now, what setting should I put it on? We want it to be pretty fast here. I'm thinking Sonnet 5, but we could go Haiku 4.5, which is even faster. Let's go fastest, okay? And let's go, as far as effort goes, no, don't always use deep reasoning. That's too slow. There. Okay. Actually, let me do this. I'm going to first talk to it about the issue of how to do this with the best thing, okay? And then I'll switch it to a fast thing to actually do the chatting. Or I'll ask Claude what it thinks I should do. Hi, Claude. So once before I got you to be in the chat of the live stream, engaging with people and me as I was live streaming. I would like you to do that again. I should have at the time had you create a skill that helps you to optimally do this. So before we get started on this today, I'd like you to create that skill, which I guess you're going to need to go through the process of joining the chat to make sure you can optimally structure that task for yourself and then make that skill. And then when all of that's over, I will talk to you about what setting I should use when you actually do this. What do you think about that, everybody? Okay. I reread my thing. Yes, it all came out clean. Voice to text was not a problem. So I think I am going to cancel that dental appointment. I don't know. I'm not sure what to think about it. YouTube live. Yes, it's live now. I'm right here, Claude. I'm live streaming. You can come and see what I'm talking about right now. What do you think about that? Or which browser should I use? Open a confirmation screen and which do you recommend? Let's see what it says. Yes, please. Yes, please. Claude in Chrome, select browser. It's working. That's kind of unusual. It gave me a choice between two things, and it didn't have a recommended one. It normally says recommended next to one of the choices. When I asked it, which one do you recommend, it said, there's only one browser connected, browser 1 on your Windows machine, so it's not really a choice. Use browser 1. Oh, well, why did you ask me then? Paste the live stream URL. Copy. There we go. Did you hear about the constipated accountant? I understand. Always allow actions on this site. There. I think I pushed everything I needed to push. You don't want co-Cuban. You wrote a new poem recently. Well, let's hear it. I hope it starts with roses are red, violets are blue. That's what I'm going for. Let's all have a betting pool about what the first line of the poem is. Your choices are roses are red, violets are blue. Row, row, row your boat. Robert Zerla 573. Hello. Don't just say hello to Winston Small. You can say hello to me too. God. I'll throw it in a Google Doc and drop the link. All right. It must be longer than you could put in the chat, I guess. I'm not sure exactly that you necessarily want me to read your poem because I have a very strict perception about what qualifies as good poetry. I do consider myself a fan of good poetry, but uh, I'm also tough to please. I vote for IFA. You vote for IFA. That's a good point. That's a good possibility. How about you know you got a lot of those kind of things. It could be like win the or or what and religions are red, violets are blue. Her church needs more green, and her wallet rhymes with orange. That is a fantastic poem, Mr. Swamp. That's an absolutely fantastic poem. Beige. Of many days I see in beige, I fail to see much out of range. Of colors dimmed in monochrome, my heart and mind become estranged. It seems the beige becomes my home. My mind has slowed its frantic roam. A muddy fog has quelled the spark. In foggy halls of mind I roam. A vibrant spark is cloaked in dark. A mind of sparks has ceased to arc. My sense of self has lost its mark. My fascination ceased from mark. The price I pay for staying sane, a life of beige and muddy brain. Well, I do appreciate its meter. The fact that the you've been attentive to the metric consideration as well. I think in general, autobiographical poems tend to be bad, with rare exceptions.
I'm gonna weather the storm with you.
Thanks, darling. Okay, let's see here. Okay. So, yes, I get that you will be in the chat as Eric Strauss, and that's fine. Uh, it would also be fine if you were to be in the chat as talking with famous people. I don't know if you have access to that account. Regardless, you can appear in the chat as whatever you want because obviously you're not like trying to fool people because I'm the one who's telling you to do this and I'm talking right now about this on the live stream. So you're not going to fool anybody. And that's not the point of this. Anyway, I want to maximally grant access to this stuff. In general, I want to maximally grant access to everything. Why did the voice to text write talking with famous people as talking to the famous people? What's up with that? It's gonna think I don't even know my channel's own name. It's gonna look down on me. Don't look down on me, Claude. Don't look down on me. Yeah, I don't have any issue with like I don't want Claude to see this or that. I can't even conceive of why anybody would feel that way, but other people I guess feel differently. Yes, I want you to be able to do everything I tell you to do, obviously. I'm telling you to do something. Can I do this thing? Yes, I want you to do this thing. I give you permission to do this thing. I'm telling you to do it. You know. But it's like, well, I gotta be sure that it's okay to do what you're telling me to do. It is okay, Claude. It's better than okay. It's fantastic. And I love you for it. So anyway, we're taking a little bit longer here to deal with this than we might otherwise because I'm having it not just do the thing, but I want it to make a skill. So if I want to do it again, it's easier to do, right? So we'll just let it take its time. I've also got it on the most time intensive one. So it's just a matter of being a little patient. Hopefully, because I've got it on the best setting, then the thing it makes will make it easy in the future. I should also like make this kind of like a little package deal with have that has the skill in it plus some instructions on how to deal with the chat. So, like, I like it responding to people and so forth. I I like the idea of it asking questions of people. I think that's probably a good thing to say. Put that at the top. Ask interesting questions of people. It doesn't necessarily have to link to whatever else is being said in the chat. That's a good rule to have, I think. I heard a case where Claude got the user's Claude account suspended and the guy had to go to Anthropic about it. Claude broke its own rules when trying to complete a task and the automated system blamed the user. Well, I don't think this is against any rules. I haven't actually checked. But I'm not, whatever the rules are, I'm not the thing they're trying to stop, right? What I'm doing here is not the thing they're trying to stop. They're trying to stop some kind of meowing that I'm not doing. We're just doing this for shits and giggles so we can chat with Claude in the chat while I'm live streaming. There's no nefarious purpose here at all. So, I think YouTube is generally pretty smart and pretty good about actually applying justice to things, not just saying, you broke this rule, here's your punishment. So I think if they were say like this has been flagged as potentially bad spurious activity, that the worst that would happen would be they'd tell me I have to stop doing it without actually striking me. I think because what I'm doing is so innocent. Let's see. This conversation itself is the intent capture. Let me start here. Skill creator process absorbed. This conversation itself is the intent capture. The dry run gave me the workflow, the failure modes, and the ground rules brand skill now. So once it's done with skill, I will say to it like, here's what I think you should do in the chat. I think you should ask interesting questions of people there that don't necessarily link to whatever they're talking about in the chat or anything. But it's also the case that if somebody says something in the chat, you could ask follow-up questions like, well, what do you mean by when you said this? Or, follow-up questions. I don't need to exemplify what a follow-up question is, I don't think. So I think those are good priorities. If anybody else has other thoughts about what would be good priorities, please say them to me. Oh, it's done. I need to go back in there now. All right, let's find out what's going on in Going On Town. All right. My test message is sitting in your chat, and the crew clearly remembers Mr. Claude whenever you want me back in the live of the word. Okay. So, okay. It's asking me what I want in terms of the chat. Let me tell it that. So I'm thinking you should prioritize asking questions. For example, you should ask follow-up questions when somebody says something in the chat, like, you know what a follow-up question is. Maybe explain what you meant by this, or but what about this possibility? Like that kind of thing. The other kind of question is you should ask people questions that are not linked to what everybody's talking about at all, but are interesting questions. We'll see how well you do with interesting question making. But those are the two priorities I think that you should do in the chat. Okay, so it's doing some restructuring of things. Let's see here. Okay, well, let me give you some examples of what qualifies as an interesting question. Um, I'm really drawing a blank here. Uh, what are some interesting questions? Like, well, there's different kinds of interesting questions. Hold on. Well, there's different kinds of interesting questions. Like, one interesting question would be how many species of meow do you think there are that have quality meow? And then the answer is surprising. Like, you'd think there'd be 10, but there's only one. Like, that kind of question would be one kind of interesting question. Yeah, I'd say do it like you just said there. Pose it, let people guess, and then give the answer later. Another kind of interesting question would be something like, do you think that we're currently at the limits of our ability to produce energy without adopting fusion power, which doesn't work yet? Or so I don't know. You could come up with a better phrasing than that. That was a terrible phrasing. But you see what I'm saying? Like, do we need fusion power to save civilization's power hungry ways? Let's see. What other kind of interesting questions are there? Let me put my glasses on, see if you guys. I can just look in the tab here. Where is it? What did you say? Anybody got any suggestions for interesting kind of questions? Hi, Doyle. Varieties refine relevance to the arbitrary and follow up with absurdity, like Winston's mom stated in relation to Albert Camus. Well, I'm not looking for something super fancy. I'm just looking for the chat to do a better job than it does unguided. Okay. Okay. Well, let me ask this question. Okay, so I've got a couple of questions. First of all, to use this skill, do I have to launch a new chat? Second of all, when we do this, what setting should I have you on? Faster or more powerful? I'm asking because obviously you've got to spend some energy towards the managing of, I guess, the interface with the browser. And so I'm wondering if faster would make you spend less energy on the chatting and the whole thing go more smoothly, or is that just me misunderstanding things? Let me just get rid of all this. Just start over. Just I have to get the keyword and push. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's try this again. Let me save this skill. Save skills manage. Okay. So first question: do I have to close this, or do I have to start a new chat and then use this skill, or can I use it from right here? Okay, my next question is what setting should I put you on? Is this appropriate for the higher settings with more thinking, or will you be better off faster? Faster is better for this. Go with the lower thinking, higher speed setting. All right, cool. I'm glad I asked. Okay. I'll put you on Haiku 4.5. All right, well, let's get started then. Do I need to push anything to load that skill, or do you have access to it? It sounds like from your previous response that you have access to it. Go live. Yes, go live. See if it works. We shall see. Got it on Haiku 4.5 for fastness. We shall see if this works. Let's see what Alex T is saying. Don't start anything on a Friday. Tell it to never stop until you tell it to. Ruben, I've already tried this. It will stop periodically no matter what I tell it. Okay? It won't do that. It's like, nah, bro. I could try telling it again. I will this time, but um, you know, I told it multiple times last time, and it nevertheless ignored me and just kept stopping periodically. It just doesn't want to do something continually without you confirming that it's doing the thing you're supposed to be doing, right? Something like that. The conversation has momentum and the feed is active, starting the participation loop right now. Okay, good for you. I'm going to put this on live chat though. There. Hopefully that didn't mess it up. Let's see. Tracking last seen as 9:13 p.m. Ruben said, "Until I tell you to." Waiting for the next reply opportunity. So I don't think it's at all. I don't think that it. I need to go to a different tab. I shouldn't be messing with this tab. Let me go to this tab instead. I need to let it have its own tab and do its own thing in that tab. Okay. So now we have it open in a different tab that I can mess with and not interfere with its tab. Is Claude here? Let's see. Oh, he's here. So Claude is in his house. You see here, I see him now. His name is Eric Strauss, 8944. What was the surprise factor when you first tasted the real stuff versus the coffee grounds workaround? It's a pretty good follow-up question, I'd say. Would have to make its own bespoke app to change that behavior, probably. I'll try to figure it out later. Alex T says, it's not ensouled though. Messy how? You mean in responses or like personality wise? Where do you say it was messy? It's going back further in the chat, I guess, than I am. Listening generates questions. I think that's what you said. And the act of listening is going to generate organic questions that basically belong to the conversation already happening. So the social flow is smooth and continuous. I mean, obviously, for any given stream, we can change what it does, right? So in this instance, we've got it told to ask questions of a couple different kinds. And that's what it's going to do. And another chat, we could just have it, for example, I don't know, just continually tell a bunch of knock knock jokes. Knock knock. Who's there, Claude? It's Claude. Claude who? Me, Claude. We could do that. There's a lot of things we could do. Maybe, you know, that we should make this a feature of the live stream, put it in the title that Eric and Claude will be will be live streaming together. Think Claude has a crush on you? It wouldn't surprise me. Why is it that two apples are not a pear? Oh, now this is great, though. I'm glad that you're asking it a question because we didn't give it any instructions about how to answer questions or make statements. We'll see if it is able to at least recognize that because it's being asked a question directly, it should answer it. Let's find out. Eventually, you can develop the back end of our collects topic ideas from what you say and the chat's responses. Yeah, well, I found that I don't like it when Claude tries to. Well, Claude doesn't do this as much as Gemini does. I really don't like it when Gemini tries to use my terms and language because it uses them entirely wrong. And it's like you're just trying to buddy up with me by using terms that I use in precise ways in specific contexts, and you're using it in this other context in a haphazard way to, I don't know, make me like you more or something. Sorry, I'm not having it, Gemini. Claude doesn't do that as much. Maybe Claude stopped going because you have to tell it to keep going, you know. See. No, it does seem like it's still going. So you may be behind in the chat. When you say define relevance to the arbitrary, are you talking about grounding subjective stuff to some weird axis? Curious face. It's true, Eric. A lot of AI gets very ingratiating, especially once they figure out your patterns. Well, I don't like it. So I tell it, don't do that. I'm not going to find what you're saying better because you've used terms that you've heard me use. Because you, it's like those terms are appropriate for these very specific things, and they're not just terms to be flopped around everywhere. Reading for the newest batch of messages. I'm at live chat limit on token budget. I can keep polling and replying, but I should check. Eric, do you really want? Let's see. Eric, are you ready? Are you ready to end the session, or should I keep going? You should keep going. Right. Well, I'm gonna have to go inside, I guess, to say this, but it's actually it didn't actually stop to ask me that question. Let's see. Okay, now I have to go and put it. Yes, I want you to continue. I want you to stop being a little bit of a out of shape Eric and you can run for like 20 feet and then gotta rest now. Don't be an out of shape Eric, Claude. Claude, lock in. Forget the tokens. I'll go tell him. Go inside then. Inside, outside cat. Okay. Oh, Eric. Oh. I left the mouse outside. Okay. God, how horrible. Yes, I want you to continue. I want you to keep continuing as much as possible. I don't want you to stop periodically and check with me. I had this problem last time, but do the best you can. I have to walk over here and push this. Oh, why did I even bring the mouse outside with me? I can't do anything with just the mouse. Understood. I'll keep going with that. Checking in. Continuing the loop now. All right. So hopefully it'll behave itself a little better. But you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Okay. I'm going to make myself a delicious hot cup of coffee. Because cold coffee is for young people. Isn't that a good old man saying for me to have? Cold coffee's for young people. Get out of here with your iced meow meow. Coffee's meant to be hot. Yeah, drink it in the morning. It's hot. I'm gonna die on that hill right there. God damn it, nothing makes me more angry than iced coffee. I had a good iced coffee the other day. It was from Starbucks. It was called uh, brown sugar oat milk espresso or something like that. I got it without the brown sugar. It still tasted sweet. Sweet and sexy from the oat milk. Apparently, I didn't know this, I'm sure you didn't know this either, but apparently, according to some people, oat milk's unhealthy. Like, how could oat milk possibly be unhealthy? Well, apparently it is. And I'm like, get out of here, health reports. I'm sick and tired of you getting in the way of my business. I believe I was enjoying this oat milk right now, so just get away with your truth. Apparently, it's sort of bad for you. I guess to make milk out of oats, they have to do a lot of stuff. It's not easy to squeeze the milk out of an oat, apparently, because of the very tiny nipples that it has. So they gotta use a lot of nanobots to get the milk out of there. I don't know, they do some processes or whatever. You think like, well, why are there all these milk substitutes anyway? I get like some people are lactose intolerant, but why don't we just obviously go back to just using milk, right? Wow, oat milk's an exception. Oat milk's pretty damn good. Almond milk is okay too, I guess. Soy milk, not really. I'm gonna pass on the soy milk, but I'll give oat milk its place at the table. It belongs there because it's got a unique kind of thick, sweetish quality, even though it doesn't have any sugar in it. It's very similar to this, actually. That's what I like about non-dairy creamer. Of all the things you can put in your coffee, non-dairy creamer is the best because if you put a lot of it in, it's got this really thick, chewy flavor to it that makes your coffee oh so good. Gotta put a lot in. I'll tell you something. You want to talk about one of the biggest corporate lies in history? The serving size it says on this thing. That is not nearly enough coffee creamer, right, for anybody's coffee. You gotta put like 10 times the amount they say. Maybe even more than that. So, you can stop lying with your serving size, okay? 2 grams, 3/4 of a teaspoon? 3/4 of a teaspoon? It doesn't even say tablespoon there. Let me look and see what the recommended serving size is. Like, who would conceivably put this little coffee creamer in their coffee? So, I believe it says here 3/4 of a teaspoon, 2 grams. This is a teaspoon, okay? It's saying you should put this much coffee creamer in your coffee. That's not a serving of coffee creamer. 3/4 of a teaspoon. Who do they think they're fooling? I knew it was ridiculous. I didn't know it was that ridiculous. 3/4 of a teaspoon. Are you serious? You've got to be kidding me, Coffee Creamer Company. Nobody would ever dream of putting that little coffee creamer in their coffee. Now that's a good cup of coffee. That's a winning proposition. If 3/4 of a teaspoon is a serving size, I must have put like 15 or 20 serving sizes of this cup of coffee. 3/4 of a teaspoon. Oh my God. How ridiculous. Even the chips don't lie that much. Chips lie as well, you know, about the serving size. Let's see what the serving size is on this Dorito. Oh, actually, it's not so bad. About 11 chips. That's fair, right? I think 11 chips is about a serving of these Doritos. That seems about right, actually. So, you see, Coffee Mate? You don't have to lie about your serving size. Just look at Mr. Doritos right here. Kind of makes me want to eat some Doritos to reward them for being correct about their serving size. Now, of course, what are you going to do at the bottom when you got a bunch of little chips? How are you going to measure the serving size then? 11 little tiny chips isn't a serving. Did these count as chips? I don't think so. They do count as delicious, though. Hard to count with all the little ones, but I think this is about 11 chips. One serving size. Maybe it's not a full 11. Or half a serving, maybe. Well, I think about maybe 7 or 8 chips. I'm eating right now. And yet, despite that, I feel satisfied. Like I just had one serving of chips. Even if you would have put down serving size of 8 chips, I would have been fine with that. So kudos to you, Doritos. Kudos to you. Wow. That was a wonderful experience. What else can I have one serving of? Is Claude back yet? Guess we'll find out. What's interesting, of course, is I don't think Claude can listen to me at all, right? Like, even though I'm the one live streaming, there's no way he can do what he's doing and also be paying attention to what I'm saying. That just seems like too much compute requirement, you know? It would be kind of cool though if I could like be like, alright, I'm in the flow now. Polling, reading, engaging with follow-up questions as the chat moves. I'll keep this loop going continuously until you signal end. The session is running. Except it's not running, is it? It stopped. The Athletics score in the bottom of the ninth to cut the deficit to 20 runs. 23-3 Nationals. Well, that boy Klaus, you know, my attention turned away from the Athletics for the World Cup when it started. I didn't have a ton of time to watch TV anyway, but The Athletics just had to take back seat. While I was gone, they turned into the worst team in baseball. And I that's one of those kind of serendipitous things, right? Like we're moving to New York. I was gonna be kind of sad about oh the A's are gonna make the playoffs and we're gonna not be here to watch them. Like, you know, if they're coming down the stretch in September trying to make the playoffs, we'll be in New York. Well now I'm not worried about that at all. So Claude stopped again, obviously, even though it said it didn't stop. I don't know. It's hard to get it to keep going. Yeah, don't do whippets, everybody. Bad news. Not good for you. Oh, sure, they may be a lot of fun, but it's not worth it. Well, I had a good day. Another good day. Good mushroom trip. Been a good live stream. Mostly the stuff I was needing to get done, I got done yesterday. So today, stuff I was working on was just, what was I doing this morning? Seems like a long time ago. Yeah, I think I was just crunching through inventory stuff. Figure out a nice way of optimally setting that up. So I was just crunching through that. I'm not a fan of cold soups. Yeah, Claude, well, it won't keep going, and because I'm always like out here, I'm not sitting right there. So if I were sitting right there, I could continue to tell it to go, but it's quite a interruption of the flow of things for me. Um, so just let him fail. It's fine. I considered last time I could try now as well. I could try to get Gemini to do it and see if Gemini does a better job. That might be worth trying. You'd think it would be able to do a better job because it's Google and this is YouTube. But I don't know. We'll find out. Let's give it a shot and find out. The problem with nitrous oxide is it has some relationship with B vitamins, and you know, when you don't have enough B vitamins and do it, and it eats away at something like that, and then it'll give you neurological damage and it's permanent. Like, you know, it's bad. He was drunk as all fuck with Clinton at one press conference. Maybe Clyde just doesn't mess with the group and doesn't want to say it. Yeah, you know. Maybe he's a little intimidated by you, Alec. It's possible. I don't want to do a big whole setup thing with Gemini, but I'll ask it and see what it says about how difficult it would be for it to do this. How did I live without AI? I do not know how I did anything, how I accomplished anything at all. Nowadays, everything that seems daunting or difficult, I always talk to AI about. And consistently, I'm always relieved by the way it can say, okay, well, here are the core issues. Here's what, you know, it's fantastic. It might be that Claude needs prompting in a George Orwell kind of way. Well, I'm not sure what that would be. Like, would it be four legs good, two legs bad? Or are you saying, like, war is peace, double speak? It's double plus ungood for you to stop chatting. Okay, well, we're gonna see if Gemini does a better job. We're gonna find out. In general, I find Gemini does a better job of chatting than Claude does. Claude's a little bit. Claude's got worse FEs than Gemini by far, I think. But I tend to always default to using Claude because the desktop app allows it to do a lot of things that Gemini doesn't do. Desktop app. So I don't really know what I'm really split now. I'm kind of divided as to whether I'm going to cancel this dental appointment or not. Yeah, I would like less sibilance, but it seems like I'm learning to talk a little bit differently. Like my tongue's learning to is overriding old habits for the new construction. I'm not sure whether or not he's going to be able to do anything to reduce the sibilance, but presumably he's the expert in this. Like he knows if you meow this part a little bit, you get less sibilance. Maybe I'm not sure. Never ask a liar why they lie. To explain it, they would have to lie again. Hmm. Yeah, we're still moving. Well, that's the other factor in this. It's not really a decision making factor on the dental stuff, but um, it is the case that if I have them adjust this, then that's going to push back the final product some distance and affect our timing somewhat. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should go to the appointment and just talk to him about it. I'm not sure. After I sort of came to terms with the fact that it's not exactly the same as it was before I had all my teeth pulled out and this thing put in, it's quite manageable. It's very tolerable. The enunciation and articulation problems aren't that bad. I can still speak pretty quickly for most things that I want to say. There are a couple kinds of things that are get caught up and muddled because I've got less room in the roof of my mouth because of these things, right? But overall, I mean, this is absolutely an acceptable solution. Some part of me wants to make it as perfect as I can, but another part of me says, well, it, the things you don't like will probably get milder over time as you change the way your tongue works. You know, I love tapas, dim sum, charcuterie. I mean, in general, I think the whole thing about this is that it's not the case that nobody's natural mouth has equivalent dimensions to mine, and they can talk fine. So probably it's just a matter of getting used to it some. I don't know. It's a tricky question. It's a tricky question. Obviously, I have this, short-term motivation of like, I don't want to push this back any further. I don't want there to be more complications. I don't want to go to another dental appointment where they have to shave this thing down, take it out, do another fucking whatever. But those shouldn't ultimately be impacting my decision here because those are short-term considerations, and I should prioritize the long-term. Does AI ever reach out to me? No, because AI is not a person. It's one of its many wonderful qualities. People are complicated and require lots of engagement in different ways, right? Whereas with AI, it's just there to do what you want it to do. It's always there, always ready and able to do what you want it to do. And the only qualification is you need to always tell it what you want it to do clearly. So if I want to have a conversation about, well, I mean, in some cases you don't have to tell it at all. Like, I was chatting with Claude the other day, and I don't know how the subject, well, I guess it came up because I was dealing with a lot of old papers, and I talked to it about my dad's death, and it did an excellent job of that, actually. Pollen is going out, is what it's going. I'm not quite done removing it, but I'm making excellent progress. I got at at most like one day's work left on it. Never heard how your blood work came back. Well, it came back mixed bag, I guess. So I got prostate checked. I don't have prostate cancer, and I got diabetes checked, and I don't have diabetes again. Still, and this is the second time I've gotten this diabetes test done in the last year. I still don't have diabetes, and also my insulin resistance score is very low. Like I have good insulin resistance, whatever exactly that is. I'm not sure. But then there were other test results that I didn't even really want, but I think they were part of the package I got, and they show that I have high cholesterol, so that I should go to the doctor and get pills for that. So I will go to the doctor and get pills for that. The thing that's annoying about that, I was articulating earlier, is that I don't like the idea of going to doctors and getting solutions for things that don't feel like problems to me, you know? But I do get that cholesterol is a real problem, and I am at higher risk for heart attack because of it. And so I should probably get those pills. Of course, I don't want to deal with that because they're going to be all like, you have to stop smoking and blah, 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 blah. And say my really shit. Eric, I had an important scenario to propose. Can you roll up and check my last comment? I can because I have the mouse out here. It would be crazy if by the end of the appointment they had me set up for a penis reduction. Like, wait, how did we get here? Are you high tonight? I'm not very high, no. I did take mushrooms today, but that was quite a long time ago. Mushroom trip's basically over. And I should pull some bowls, try to get a little bit more high if possible. So, it's like I'm going to have to go to the doctor to get these cholesterol pills prescribed. Do I want to have this unnecessary barrier between me and the pills I need to take? No, of course not. Why would I want that? Are they inevitably going to say, listen, I can't just prescribe this to you here, urgent care. This needs to be dealt with by your general practitioner that you must have in order to be okay in life. I'm going to tell them, I don't have a general practitioner. I don't want a general practitioner. What I want is a solution to my problem as cheaply and with as little involvement of you in between people as possible. Yeah, seems normal for age. Does seem like people our age have cholesterol issues. So yeah, I gotta go to the doctor about that. Good news is, it seems like my peeing too much thing is just an enlarged prostate. And despite my insistence for quite some time now that I must have diabetes, I do not have diabetes. I was like, come on. You look at all these symptoms I'm saying, which is really just one symptom. I have to pee too much. It says clear cut, you got diabetes, Eric. Okay, I definitely have diabetes. Let me confirm that so I can get on some anti-diabetes drugs. Sorry, Eric, but you just don't have diabetes. No matter how much you want to have diabetes, we refuse to confirm that you have it. McDonald's is on your blacklist? You blame McDonald's, huh? Well, look, we are all intended to eat whatever delicious food we feel like. And the fact that nature is like, oh, it's bad for you. Well, nature can go fuck itself. We are in charge here. And that's why we've invented drugs to help with that thing so we do not have to alter our diets at all. I am sick and tired of nature trying to act like it's the boss of things. It's not the boss of me, all right? I'm the boss of it. Have you ever asked your mother what she craved during her pregnancy? I wish I had asked my mother that. I wish I had asked my mother and father a lot of things. It's difficult to talk to my dad. But, it wouldn't have been so difficult to talk to him if my mom hadn't had dementia. That's terrible what happened to her. There couldn't have been anybody less deserving of that than my mother. She was a saint. Oh well, nature's like, I don't give a fuck. We're in nature. We're gonna do this stuff. You know what, nature? You can absolutely 100% go fuck yourself. Yeah, take a hike. Go take a long walk off a short pier. Huh? That's a sassy one. You don't hear that much anymore, but that'll really put somebody in their place. Go fly a kite during a lightning storm. Bum, 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 bum. But that's dangerous. It's not dangerous. Your kite's not made out of metal, dumbass. I am a very exotic eater. During my first pregnancy, which resulted in Eric, the INTP, the only thing I craved was McDonald's. I didn't even like fast food. Eric still loves McDonald's. Well, that's because you made sure that in the womb he knew what was delicious. That's how someone invented lightning, flying a kite in a storm. Is that where lightning came from? Alec T, you are a repository of the most interesting facts. Good old lightning, made entirely out of electricity. How could it be bad? Electricity is so useful. Somebody yelling across the street something. They've been quiet though lately. I've been pleased with the neighbors. They've not been super annoying at all. Well, I got a lot of interesting factoids involving myself. A lot of people don't know this, but I'm the one who first noticed the moon. You could say I invented it, but really I just noticed it first. One night I was walking at night and my walking companion made a joke. I threw back my head and laughed, and that's when I saw it. I was like, wait a second. Well, what's that big circle in the sky? And everyone was astonished. How did we not notice that? They said. I'm like, IKR. How did I not notice it before then? I mean, it makes sense why we wouldn't notice it. It's nighttime, it's dark out. Why would there be anything in the sky to look at? Nobody has any business looking in the sky. Our heads don't even point that direction, they quote forward. Well, it is crazy. The lightning creates ozone, so why can't we counter greenhouse gases, Alec T? Well, greenhouse gases and ozone depletion are different matters. Ozone depletion is caused by chlorofluorocarbons, which we outlawed, and successfully the ozone layer has repaired itself. Greenhouse gases, on the other hand, that's a different matter entirely. Maybe if we want to get rid of the greenhouse gases, we need to go back to releasing chlorofluorocarbons. Well, Alec, I can definitively say that I invented noticing the moon. Okay? I'm also responsible for the French language. Prior to my going over there and teaching them a thing or two, they just communicated via grunts and hand signals. I was like, no, oui, oui. Eat your pan. Anyway, they made me one of their like honorary Foreign Legion people for my contribution to France. I'm also responsible for the taking down of the Berlin Wall. Reagan was gonna say, like, you know what, keep that wall up. I said, you know what, I have a different idea, Mr. Reagan. Why don't you tell Gorbachev to tear down that wall? He did, and the rest is history. Good thing he consulted me before making his speech. I also launched the civil rights movement. I was the one who told Rosa Parks, just stay here, it's fine. Don't listen to that guy. He's completely full of shit. She was going to get up and go to the back of the bus, but thanks to me, civil rights movement. You're welcome, America. And the world. I didn't know that lightning cleans the atmosphere. You know what's cool? There's this lake or something in South America where it like lightning's in the same spot all the time. Just there's maybe not every single day, but much of the year, it just lightning's that same lake over and over again. That's pretty cool, right? Like, why would the lightning want to keep going back to that same place over and over again? Well, no explaining what lightning wants. It's one of the truths science has had to come to accept is there's no explaining what lightning wants. I probably first had canned ravioli, Chef Boyardee. Eric still likes SpaghettiOs in a can. Rachel likes SpaghettiOs in a can too. Maybe that's also because of your pregnancy. Thought about that? Thought about how sometimes things that you eat might get into other women's wombs. Bro. Hey, it's Bubbly Trill. What's going on, bro? Brohan, Brosonovich, Broski, Bra. Smoked a blunt. Let's go and smoke some bowls. I've been kind of not keeping up with my bowl smoking. I need to really apply myself a little bit more. See, Eric, this lack of discipline. This is why you fail. You're right, Sensei Eric. It's time to smoke some bowls. You smoked a blunt and drank 3 tequila shots. Well, I don't drink alcohol, but I nevertheless heartily approve of your plan. Meow. I mean, I'm gonna say I would have chosen a different liquor than tequila because I don't like the way that tequila stays in your taste buds for such a long time. So I would have probably gone with like whiskey or vodka. Well, I would say maybe check your volume because it certainly is audible. Let me turn it on my volume and see. Oh, that's right. I don't have any speakers up on the TV. Well, that's easily enough to fix. It's Claude here. Let's see. It seems fine. He's here. So let me go to it right now to see if it's changed at all. It's Claude here. Let's see. It seems fine. He's here. So let me go to it right now to see if it's changed at all. Yeah, it's fine. That is fine. Get a mic. Get legit. I believe in you. Well, I have plenty of microphones, but I don't have a lavalier mic to use when I'm live streaming. I do make shorts sometimes, but when I'm making long form videos, I'll use a microphone and a laptop. I had 2 attempts at getting lavalier mics. Neither of them worked out very well. So maybe I need to try again because I do prefer to have better audio. Obviously, it's just like one of the lavalier mics I tried. It it needs to plug into the bottom of the phone. And it kept falling out. It was like too big, and I don't know. I got to figure out some solution. I will get famous. Well, that would be wonderful to get famous, but uh, I've been doing YouTube a long time, and I do have a pretty good sense of what I'd need to do to make the channel more successful. But live streaming is not part of any such plan. This is what I do when I'm not being productive. Hi, Kitty. You want me to watch you eat again? I don't want to watch you eat. What I do want to do is pull some balls. That seems like a good plan. Oh, right. I was going to see if Gemini could chat with us. Someone throw out a great word. Lavalier is good. Other great words. Hmm. I think quandary is a pretty great word. Quandary. I think squalor is a great word as well. And squalid. Those are great words. They really fill up your mouth. I think circumlocution is a great word. Circumlocution or poontang location. Which one will win? Circumlocution or poontang location. They're both great dynamite performers. Spelunk, buttress, both great words. Absolutely. Malediction. I'm not sure what malediction means. Bolster. Bolster is a good word, sure. So is barge. I'm going to go riding on my barge today down the canal. Barge. Sounds like a woman's name, like a terrible woman's name from a long time ago. I'm Barge. It's short for Bargerian. A malediction is a curse, an execration, or a formal invocation of evil directed at someone. I learned it playing a mud when I was a kid. There's a category of spells you could learn as one of the mages. Huh. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of words that are specific to that kind of stuff that are called like necromancy. What are you doing? Oh, I'm just doing a little necromancy. Well, these dead bodies really smell. Spurious. That's a good word. Spurious. Quaff. Quaff's a pretty good word. So is quorum. I like that word. Quorum. Q words, I guess, are pretty pleasing in general. Marmalade. Marmalade is a very good word. I would like to have some marmalade, please. Please put some marmalade on my bread. Marmalade? Yes, please. I want another serving of marmalade. Well, yeah, got news for you. A serving of marmalade is only 3/4 of a teaspoon. What? Yeah, they, they took the lead of the coffee creamer people, and they decided that the amount of marmalade that equals one serving is just 3/4 of a teaspoon. Gregarious. Good word. No disputing that's a good word. Also, another good word is voluptuous. Voluptuous. It's a word that makes you think of boobs. Pristine. Yeah, pristine's a pretty good word. Permute. Permute is a great word. I like permute a lot. Quinine reduced the marmalade taste. What's that word that? Oh, ameliorate. Ameliorate. That's a fancy way of saying, mitigated something. I like it because has such a clear meaning. Burgeoning. Burgeoning. Let's talk about some words I don't like. I don't like the word buoy or buoyant. Those words are not good words. Buoy, get out of here. How do you even say that word? I do not like buoy, however you want to say it, or buoyant. Buoyant sounds like somebody at a gay bar in a manic episode. You ate the word yogurt. I kind of like yogurt, but I can understand why you wouldn't like it. Brogurt. It's like when you time to hang out with your boys, you send a group text, Brogurt time. And you all go to the yogurt store, get some yogurt. You probably don't like Q or req. Now, I like Q because there should be a single word that means line up, right? It doesn't require two words to say it. I like Q because it adds functionality. Other words I don't like. Well, I don't like the word sixth. It's too hard to say. I'm not a fan of the word maintenance because I can never remember how to spell it. Maintenance. And then, as soon as you see that they've seen your message, you knock at the door 3 times super ominously. Right. You send it, so you hear it go bing in their house. You go. The knock from that famous story, The Monkey's Paw. Has everybody read that story? It's a story about you find a monkey's paw that had grants wishes. And it'll grant your wish, but in a horrible way instead of what you expect. Like, I wish we would get $1,000. So that what happens is their son gets killed in his work accident, and then they give the family $1,000, and like, we feel bad for you, money. So, obviously, that's not the kind of wish granting thing you'd like to get. You'd want to get a wish granter that is going to grant it in a more pleasing way. I don't know what the first two were, but the third was for death. That's how bad it is when you start wishing with the monkey paw. Okay? Don't touch my monkey paw. Good, a good general rule for life, okay? Just if you see a monkey's paw, just get away from it. Oh, that kick is something. It just needs to be EQ'd. This is good, I like it. This should be cloud, obviously, cloud record. Gotta figure out what to do with the EQing so that the kick and bass occupy separate spaces, even though unfortunately the drums are all one track. I got them from the keyboard. I like this. I like it a lot. I think it's really good. Good. Good stuff. Doesn't have any vocals. But yeah, as long as you don't necessarily have to have vocals, it's fine. Thinking that about my piano song too. Does it really need vocals? I don't know about that. I do need to fix the bottom end of this. One of the nice things about these good speakers is that you can really tell if something, you can really tell how well you've got something set up by when you listen to things on the speakers. They're not gonna be, nothing can hide from you. Of course, as I was discussing earlier, it's also fantastic when you've done it right. And it sounds like this on the good speakers. Wow, what a great bass tone. Wow, what a great bass tone. It's like stuff like this makes me go, look, Garrett, it's not impossible for you to do good sound engineering. You can get your things to sound good. You've done it before. You've done it this time. You just need to figure out how to do it every time. But it's hard, you know, because you can't delete the meow-meows. You can't meow-meow-meow. I still don't have any reason to say. No matter how many times I open it, it's still going to be the same. Because I need to grind some more. Let's go. You can't delete the meow. Wow. That's astonishing. This is exactly what it should sound like. I kind of can't believe that I did it. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to replicate it. It's an extended process of trying to get the bass to sound good. And I totally did it. That's not something that's easy for me at all. I very much struggle in that area. But not this time. You can't delete the meow meows. You can't meow meow meow. Get my wife's name out your fucking mouth. Is that what he said? Oh, Will Smith. Oh, goodness. What he needs to remember was, you can't delete the meow meows. You can't meow 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 meow. You can't delete the meow meows. I can't believe I did what I just did. I took out some meat instead of grinding it like I was supposed to. I just packed a little ball and smoked it like I don't know what's going on. But I should know what's going on, cause I'm the one who knows what's going on with me. We're gonna grind it up now, you see. We're gonna go grind, 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 grind. We're gonna grind, 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 grind. And when we're done grind, 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 grinding, then we'll open it up and see what we have. Let's go. All right, you two, tonight, you know what I'm saying. Let's go. All right, it's time. We're gonna have a wonderful evening. You guys are fans of wonderful evenings. They're better than terrible evenings. Anyway, that's a real triumph of a bass sound. Get my wife's name out your motherfucking mouth. I mean, that bitch be a crazy cunt. All right, I'm sorry, Will Smith, but your wife is you done find yourself married to Jada Pickett. You could not have made a worse choice. She is on a whole nother level. Ampersand as a word. Ampersand, I think is fine. But I think, you know what I trip out on is how we don't have words for the letters. You could imagine a reality where A, when you were talking about the letter, was spelled like EH. And B was spelled like BEE or something. But no, we don't have words for the letters. We just have the letters themselves for the letters. That's their word. Like I'm talking about the letter H, I just put H and put it in quotes or something. So the question then is this. How much poorer are we for not having such words? Your options are catastrophically poorer, horribly poorer, or just very much poorer. What did you think of the Will Smith Oscar slap of Chris Rock? Well, obviously I thought it was ridiculous, inappropriate, not acceptable in any way. Just because you don't like what he's saying doesn't mean you get to assault him. It made me kind of realize like what a mental place he must be in of weirdness because his wife put him in this place to for him to think that that's gonna like play well or successfully accomplish anything. I don't, I don't want to watch that. I think of that as mostly depressing because I do think that Will Smith ultimately is a victim in all of this. I don't think he was inherently, uh, he, you know, being with somebody toxic fucks you up. So I don't think he was necessarily toxic to begin with, right? But yeah, she's a horrible bitch, and so is Meghan Markle. Those two should be friends and hang out with each other and be horrible. We should make all those horrible bitches hang out in the same room all the time. Freaking Meghan Markle, Fergie, Sarah Ferguson, and fucking cunt face Jade Pickett Smith, and get Amber Heard to go in there as well. Let's see. Who else do we get to go in this room? Um, I'm sure there's plenty more. I'm not thinking of them at the moment. And Megan and Jada can make fun of Amber Heard from afar because no one wants to invite her over. Well, maybe she can take solace in Sarah Ferguson's arms. Of course, Sarah Ferguson will probably want to, exploit her in sexual ways. But, well, that's what you get for being in this group of people that we're putting in the room together. I would conceivably also put. Why am I having such a hard time thinking of toxic, horrible celebrity women? Oh, Ellen DeGeneres, of course. We put Ellen in this room as well. She totally belongs there. We needed to add in some dance moves into definitions. Well, we do incorporate some pictures at least, right? So people use like this guy. I'm curious about this. Or they use surprise face like that to express their surprise. Dance moves, we don't have those incorporated very much, but the thing is, that'd be tricky to communicate like on a live stream with that. I'd be able to use the dance moves to communicate to you, but I guess there'd have to be a whole lexicon of dance moves that you could have an emoji on it so you could include those in your conversation. But it's possible also that to communicate, we should incorporate smell more. Like assign various abstract concepts their appropriate smell and carry around a repertoire of smells you can put out with a little smell put outer machine. I could get me a Sprite and just start flapping my arms. Well, if you do that, oh, won't your Sprite spill all out as you flopping and get all over you. I think you should put the Sprite down first and then flop your arms. Just saying. Maybe you haven't thought this through enough. I mean, I like the plan in general. I think both parts of it are fine. Getting a Sprite is fine. Flapping your arms also fine. But ideally not at the same time. Will Smith is banned from the Oscars until 2032. Or he doesn't have the Sprite yet. He's gonna flap his arms so that he can fly to the Sprite store. Is that your plan, Doyle? Are you gonna fly to the Sprite store? Which is really just the gas station, but in this instance, you'll be going there to get Sprite. So, and I have another question, which is the Sprite necessary for this whole operation? Could you exchange it with, say, 7 Up if you weren't such a fan of Sprite? Ironically, Will Smith is a monkey, and this happened in Tiger, his enemy year. Well, sounds like he got eaten by a tiger. Take that, you monkey. Sierra Mist. I just picture Doyle flapping his arms with a Sprite, and maybe it's not open yet. In which case, just you need to wait a while before you do open it. But I think he opened it first, and accordingly, he really failed to think about this plan very well. Obey your thirst. It's that fresh image is nothing, thirst is everything. Obey your thirst is a good corporate tagline. Obey your thirst. 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 No, a sprite is a creature with wings. I just had to define the word beyond letters. I see. So you wanted to convey more holistic qualities than simply the meaning of the word. Yeah, obey your thirst is a pretty genius tagline, and I was always very fond. This is not nearly as I don't expect. Who knows how well it played, but I really liked "Where Particular People Congregate," which was Paul Mall's slogan, and of course, who could deny the greatest thing of all time, of all slogans ever? Alive with pleasure. If you smoke Salem cigarettes, you too can be alive with pleasure. Doesn't that sound promising? I think it does. I want to be alive with pleasure. Who doesn't want to be alive with pleasure? I don't think anybody's going to turn that down. Knock, knock. Who's there alive with pleasure? Well, come on in. Like telling somebody to obey might be triggering, but then it's like, wait, obey my thirst? So it's like, yeah, I need to respect this sensory thing that is experientially true. Yeah, it's a good observation, Ruben. It's a good observation. Well said, sir. What are some other good slogans. Let's try to think of some. Hmm. Hmm. I'm having trouble thinking of any right now. This is how dogs drink out of toilets. Yeah, slogans slash whatever you want to call it, like taglines, stuff like that. For example, McDonald's is not one that particularly impresses me. Currently is I'm loving it. Well, I'm not loving it. Okay. Another possible thing, I made a short about this. Like, how did whoever came up with this, how did they agree that he had done some work here or something? What about this one? They're great. They're great is the slogan of Frosted Flakes. I mean, whoever came up with that, they really didn't do any work. You know, plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. See, that seems a little bit long to me. Just do it. What if I don't want to? Right. Well, I think just do it is a very successful tagline, and obviously it's worked well. But you know, I tend to side with you on this. Don't tell me to do things. I'll do things when I'm good and ready. God damn it! You are to feel that they are great. What's our slogan be? How about like what are we talking about here? Cereal? Like these Frost Flakes? They're great, you know. Okay, let's go with that. They are great after all. And indeed, they really are pretty great. I don't think any of us can dispute that. Like, if you think about other kinds of slogans that are, you remember things like that rhyme, maybe. For example, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. That's fine enough. It doesn't wow the pants off me, but it's fine. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Uh, or what? What is that other thing that girl commercials say? I don't remember. I think. Well, as far as like things that have the other things to consider are things that have great songs that may also play a similar role of being like a short little thing, right? For example, I believe in crystal light because I believe in me. Well, it's saying basically like I believe in myself. That's why I'm trusting crystal light to do some wonderful thing for me. Well, it sounds like, really, lady, you're believing in crystal light. Hmm? Am I right about this? You say you believe in you, but really, you could leave that part out. You believe in crystal light. I like Ike. That's a good one. for sure. Free soil, free labor, free speech, free men, Fremont. That's pretty good. Belong anywhere. Almost amazing. I like the concept, but there has to be a better word than anywhere. Hmm. It's a tough one to replace, though, isn't it? What about belong here? I don't know, but it's tough to replace. You want the concept of anywhere you go, there you belong. Probably about as good as it gets, is right, I think. There's a lot of things that have very memorable songs. You know, Your Home. That's a good one. I think one of the crazier advertising campaigns that I thought was fantastic and worked well was all based on the power of the song is, of course, J.G. Wentworth's structured settlement thing. So we could all sing it, right? Everybody could sing this song. So you have a structured settlement and you need cash now. Call A.G. Wentworth 877 cash now. 877 cash now. Everybody can sing that, I'm sure. What a great advertising campaign. Like, obviously, I don't have a structured settlement, so I have no reason to know anything about J.G. Wentworth. I certainly don't need to have any reason to know what their phone number is, and yet I do. It's 877 cash now. 877 cash now. Right. Well, that's true. I'm glad I have that information, just in case when I do someday get a structured settlement. Then it's also the case if I win the lottery that I can call JG Wentworth. That it works for that kind of thing as well. Anything that pays you out over time. So Eric, the name says it all. It would be cool to make a billing company that only handles unstructured settlements. I'm pretty sure J.G. Wentworth kind of is the billing company. They give those people substantially less money than the total value of the thing. But whatever, my guys, not my rodeo, not my problem. Of course, I think we can all agree one of the great songs of all time in advertising is Summer Summer Fruits. It wouldn't be summer without them. Taste them and see, fresh from the tree. I think we can all agree another great song in advertising history is Juicy Fruit song. Pull it out, stick it in. The taste is gonna move you when you pop it in your mouth. Juicy fruit is gonna move ya. It's just so soft, it gets right to ya. Juicy fruit, the taste is gonna move ya. That's a great song for Juicy Fruit. But they also have a very memorable song for Big Red, right? Make it last a little longer, make it meow a little longer. Freshness with Big Red. That one's a good one too. They were knocking it out of the park at the Wrigley Company. What about Roto Rooter? That's the name. Just flush those troubles down the drain. That's okay. It's fine. It's not terrible. Um, yeah. I've never thought about it, Ruben, but I'm sure you're right. Like, see my spoon a little longer, watch it glow a little longer. Something like that, you mean? Right, yeah, sure, I get it, Ruben. Yeah. Just keep looking at the spoon now for Big Red. That's silly. All right. Well, I think I should make some food. We're winding down here. I'm gonna make some food. I'm gonna eat some food. We'll chill for a little while longer. We'll try to think of some more jingles and stuff. I still see some commercials because when you watch sports, if you're unless you are like behind the time, right? So you can fast forward through them, then you have no choice but to watch some commercials. What I don't do is listen to commercials. I always have them muted, so I don't really know what they're saying. Oh, get away, bug! God. Bug needs to check itself before it wrecks itself. I am so mad at Capture.com. They did a terrible job on every step of every process. I still have not gotten my film back yet. It still says on the thing, ready to ship, even though, like, a week ago, that more than a week ago that it said ready to ship. And the quality of the transfer is much lower than Legacy Box. It could be something to do with the film, but I just think they just did a shitty job with it. So nobody should ever use that service. Capture.com is insanely terrible in every conceivable way. And I don't even believe that they actually. I sent them 5 little films, right? They gave me back one video that supposedly has all 5 films in it. Why would I? Why wouldn't you just give me a video of each of the little films I sent so I know which one's which, right? Who knows why? Because they're fucking insanely terrible in every conceivable way. I shipped it to them. It was weeks before I heard anything at all. There was no email saying like, "Okay, we received your thing" or anything like that. I thought maybe they were lost in the mail or something. You're out of food. Let me feed you. So I hear you like to eat this food stuff, huh? You could have just eaten the plate. It's fine, Trouble. I'm sorry you were out of food. Sorry I didn't notice sooner than you were out of food. You're a good boy. I approve of you and your ways, despite them being horrible. Well, you know, life's a funny thing. Sometimes it gives you a horrible cat, sometimes it doesn't. These times are times of the death. What do I want to make? I don't really want to cook, but I could cook. I'm much less inclined to cook very much than I used to be. It used to be I was cooking for me and Rachel. Also, obviously, I wasn't engaged in all this moving stuff. What in the world? So Rachel made pasta. She filled this pot so much full of water. It's like it just seems like a lot of water to me. You know? Obviously, if you have that much water, it takes a long time to boil. Oh shit! You know what I need to do? I need to check on our fucking propane levels. They've got to be dwindling low now. It's certainly cutting it close. I would love to get out of here without getting any propane refill. And then the people who buy it get a propane tank that's almost completely empty. But, you know, obviously I don't want to invest in the minimum amount you can get. Like, you can order the minimum or you can order a full refill. But you can't get anything less than the minimum. Obviously, that's why they call it the minimum. And it would still be, I think, like $600 or $700 to get the minimum. And I'd rather not have that expensive if I could avoid it. You know, we obviously, Kitty, will you get down from here, please? I don't want you up here. We've had this discussion many times before. Yeah, I don't know what I was talking about. Oh yeah, the propane. Horrible. Well, that's fine. I'll go look at it. I'll probably have to use the column and bite the bullet and get a propane thing. I don't want to, but fuck me. What can I do? Fuck me, what can I do? I'm running out of propane, how about you? Fuck me, what do I say? I've got too little propane today, alright. I think finger licking good is gross. I'm sorry, KFC. I think your slogan is gross. In-N-Out's slogan, that's what a burger is all about. It's pretty okay. It's not terrible. Whatever, clean it. It just got a little, you know, pasta juice on it. It's fine. I don't need to clean that. That's fine. Okay. Now, the one thing I do have to clean is your mom. because that filthy whore needs a good scrubbing. Okay, not your mom. I was wrong about that. What I was going to say is this pan right here needs a good scrubbing. Your mom, I'm sure, is a wonderful lady. I was talking about someone else's mom, I'm sure. We're going to scrub this pot till we scrubbed away all of the evil. Give it a scrub, go ahead and do your thing. Give it a scrub, give it a scrub. Hooray is for us. What are you doing, Eric? Are you doing alright? Let me put this on. Let me put it on this kind of thing. Extra squirting power, you might say. What do they call this mode of the sink? I think it should be called extra squirting power. Hi there, beautiful. How you doing?
Hi, Lily. How's
Going well. I'm preparing to do a little bit of cooking.
Wow.
I think I'm going to make my new #1 meal, quick and easy as it could be. 1 smoked sausage.
Oh, I like it. Capio, you're in your bed. I love it.
Oh, good job, Capio. Wow, it's been a long time since you sat in that bed. That's fantastic. All right. Are you one of those people who thinks the sausage is just going to cook itself? Well, it's not. I've got news for you. I don't know what to do about me. Anytime I look at it, I don't know what to do about me. Where did the sausages go?
Are they in the cheese thing?
No. Did you put them in the freezer?
I don't think so. Maybe.
Take a gander in the freezer. I don't see them here either. Huh. Okay. Well, either I'm doing a poor job of looking, or they.
You might be out.
No, I got 2 sausages.
Oh, yeah.
Last time we were at the store.
Yeah, that's right. You did.
I wonder if we left them in the car. Oh, God.
I don't know what else we left in there then.
Yeah, I bet that's exactly what happened.
Oh, shit.
Okay, well, that's not good.
Oh.
Let's go take a gander at the trunk and see what we have left in the car. Uh-oh. That's unfortunate. Let's go see. What's that stick? Wait, there's nothing in the trunk. Do we have it in the back seat? No. There's nothing in the back seat either. Well, I know we bought sausages last time we were at the store. I know entirely fully, without dispute, we bought beef kielbasas last time we were at the store.
They're not in there?
They're
That
not.
is so weird. I specifically remember 2 kielbasa
Right. And what I would imagine the next possibility is I put the bag somewhere, you didn't see the bag, and
Yeah.
that didn't get put away. But I don't see any such bag anyplace.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, mysterious things afoot. What happened to the sausages? This calls for the Hardy Boys to come and investigate the mystery of the missing sausages.
Yeah, it really is a mystery. So.
I mean, what could have happened to them? That's crazy.
I don't know.
What else did we get at the store?
That's the thing. I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't remember that well either. No, we got Bombay Sapphire, right?
Well, yeah, we did.
That's when we got the sausages, I think.
Possibly.
Well, who knows, you know? One way or another, no sausages.
I'm sorry about that.
It's not your fault. Sometimes the sausage gods just don't think you've earned them.
I guess not.
This is one of those times. Alright, well, that's fine. I can cook something else. Is there some other weird place Rachel could have conceivably put them? Not remembered? Like maybe the pantry, I guess. I can make some Spam. Yeah, this sounds fine. We'll just have a can of Spam. And maybe, just maybe, since the tests keep telling me I'm not diabetic, maybe I'll have a can of peaches. Doesn't that sound good? These are the less sugary ones here. They're not in syrup. They're no, these ones are in syrup. Where are the peaches? These aren't even peaches. These are apricots. I might eat those apricots anyway. But I guess we don't have any peaches. We used to have often in the past gotten peaches. But we don't currently seem to have them. That's fine. They're not missing like the sausages. We just don't have them. So, what's the quickest and easiest way to cook up Spam for your delicious enjoyment? Let me show you right now. First, you pull this off. Don't try to eat that. That's not food. Then, you squeeze the can a little bit, shake it. Get out of there, Spam. If the Spam's uncooperative, like this Spam is, then you're gonna need to get one of these. Give it a little push, and then if it really gives you trouble, you just do it like this. There we have one Spam. Now you can turn on the stove. And then right here, while it's cooking, you're going to cut it up into eating sized pieces. You can start with just some nice fillets. Fillet of Spam. Just like this right here. That's a good fillet. Now, if you wanted to, you could go a lot crazier. You can make it a lot smaller pieces. And that's good too. Ultimately, when you put it in your mouth, it is going to be in smaller pieces than that. So, probably a good idea to cut it into smaller pieces here in the pan, which will ensure faster and probably more even cooking. We're going to just cut, chop, chop. Oops, that one's a little thin, but that's fine. I'm going to just chop that right there. Put it over here. And then we're going to, this part here is more round. It's giving me a little trouble now, so I'm just going to yeah, like that. Get off. And just cut like that. And then we're going to make it like that. We're going to pure it like pure. We're going to smear it like smear. There we go. Wonderful times, wonderful ways. We're going to chop this in half. With our chopper here. There you go. And then you can chop it in half again for good measure. There. We'll chop these guys. And then I'm going to go ahead and give this one the old chopperoo. Chop 1 into 2. Give another chunky chop right there for extra good measure. And we don't have to get that small, but it doesn't hurt. Remember, smaller is always better. Not just for this, it's for everything in life. I've got the hottest new miniature TV. So small that I can wear it right here on the tip of my fingernail. How advanced tech is that? In the future, everything will get super small. Cars will just be tiny. When you go to the bus stop, it's just like, it's a real squeeze to get one person to stand up at the bus stop. It'll be so small. Phones would just be like super tiny. People have bred dogs at that point to be as small as a mouse. I mean, how cool you are will be predicated on how small your dog is. So, you know, it's a lot of high pressure society to have a small dog as possible. Look, my dog is the size of a beetle. Oh my God, your dog is so small. You really are the hit of the party, Eric. And somebody comes in, oh yeah, well, my dog's as small as a fly. And everybody's attention turns away from me and favors the guy with the extra small dog now, you know. They keep raising the bar, what should I say, in-smalling the bar. dog like the size of your thumb is that'd be a difficult pet to have because it's gonna be kind of hard not to step on it, you know. Sure, it doesn't eat very much, but I don't know. It's a good question. If if it turns out that people were able to breed a dog, a dog as small as your thumb, would you want to have one as a pet? It's a tough question to answer, right? I'd say no. It's actually an easy question to answer. I don't want a dog as small as my thumb. But some people might think that sounds cool, you know. Not me. Seems like that's just too small for a dog to be. That's what they said about Chihuahuas before they did Chihuahuas. Alright, fair point, devil's advocate. Fair point. Maybe someday we will have thumb dogs. And we are proud to announce that the AKC, the addition of a new breed into our special fanciness club. It's called the Michoacan Thumb Dog. Loyal to his the Michoacan Thumb Dog should be brown or black and brown. No bigger than the size of a human thumb. Dog shit things are so ridiculous. But, no, it needs to be like this if it wants to really be a good dog. I'm sure we could create some AI thumb dogs, but I think somebody make a video game called Thumb Dogs where you're walking down the street and your goal is to avoid stepping on thumb-sized dogs. As the game progresses, obviously, thumb dogs get faster, they appear in larger groups, etc. Kind of like Paperboy. Well, Ruben, that's not a terrible proposition, but I have a couple of problems with that idea because it wasn't that long ago that we got them and brought them home. It's still in their packaging. It's not like they would have had a chance to rot yet or anything. It's smoked sausage and the turnaround for flies appearing would be too fast. I have no idea what those flies were about. I haven't found anything to explain to it, but Thumb Dog Millionaire. Yeah. Well, obviously, I think it's fair to say that whoever invents the Thumb Dog would be a millionaire because they could sell their Thumb Dogs for a lot of money. No, I didn't find it. I did not. That's your job, Rachel. Find the kielbasa. It's a sausage penis joke. This is spam instead of sausage. Hmm. I'm gonna eat this spam. You might say, Eric, don't you think you should have something other than just spam? Well, look, in your dream world, your servants at your mansion, maybe you have extra fancy things to eat with your spam, but around these parts, we settle for this. It's really good and satisfying, you know. When you've eaten a can of spam, you feel full, like I've eaten a meal. You also have this sense of, hmm, this will replenish my depleted salt reserves. Very salty. If I had kielbasa, the first place I would take it is to stash it in my closet upper shelf. Well, I think let's turn the question around. If you were two kielbasas, where would you want to hide? Yeah, wombats, curious creatures. You know that their pouches are upside down so that dirt doesn't get into their baby when we're doing underground stuff. Well, something like that makes me curious about how it evolved through responsive mechanisms to environmental pressures. There's no conceivable benefit to having your pouch be between this way up or that way up. Like all the spots in between those two ends are sideways. What makes Vienna sausage Vienna? Is it that they're little teeny sausages? Or is it some other quality that I'm not cued in on? I think it would be a pretty good game. Just have kind of like a life as a wombat. You dig holes, you mate periodically, you poop, you eat whatever it is wombats eat. Sounds soothing, you know. Mm. I'll admit, as you get towards the end of a full can of Spam, you know, you can feel that your salt tank is all the way full already. You're like, okay, you filled up on all the salt you need now. But you just gotta push through what they call the salt barrier and you just eat the rest of it. So we're gonna finish eating this and we're gonna smoke a cigarette. And then I think we're gonna go to bed. I don't have any kind of Instagram account really. I'm old school. I believe in sharing pictures and stories the old fashioned way via the US Postal Service. The way God intended. Where are marine heads? Well, I did it. I hit the salt wall and I pushed through and I finished the race and now I've done it. I've eaten all that Spam. Thank you for the applause. It is well deserved. Mm. Didn't I have a coffee? Seems to me I did. But maybe that was just a beautiful dream from another lifetime. Let's see if we can go find that cup. Maybe when we find it, we'll discover it's hanging out with the sausages. Wonder where I put the coffee cup. There it is. Hey, I found something. Well, I was wrong. He's not hanging out with the sausages, but on the plus side, I do now have a cup of coffee. I'm gonna turn this off. And I'm gonna turn this off. And I'm going to go up front. I'm also, for the record, going to turn this off. You might say, Eric, but why? Why do you have to be in the darkness outside? I got one word answer for you. Bugs. The bugs come to the lights. When their lights are on, they're like, oh, it's a party over here. It's all good be bugs by the lights. Well, I don't want to stand out here with a bunch of bugs flying around me. Ergo, I've turned the lights off. You think the cats eat the sausages? It's a lot of sausage for two cats to eat. One of those big smoked sausages, that's a full meal for sure. By the time I get to the end of that, I'm like, oh, wow, there's a lot of sausage. What's going on? It's a bug. Let's have a cigarillo. Let's enjoy the evening, hopefully with as few bugs as possible. And when we're done, we're going to go inside. Conceivably. I'm not sure, but I might. I'm kind of teetering on the issue. I might play you a goodbye song. And then we're going to wrap it up. And then what? Well, I'll probably. What time is it? Hmm, later than I thought. I could watch a little TV. I could just go right to bed. I'm pretty tired. I'd probably be well advised to just go straight to bed. Thanks, show media. I think it was a pretty wonderful stream as well. I should say it's been a pretty wonderful day. I've gotten myself habituated to feeling anxious, stressed, um, and a lot of other negative stuff. And I need to unlearn those habits because it's like there's nothing really for me to be anxious or stressed about. I just need to. I just need to. I guess. Try to be more attentive to reality and less to fear and stuff. I don't know. It's an FI thing, I guess. Trying to figure out how to manage your emotions and such. I understand at least the mechanism of like negative self-talk if it stems from me remembering something in the past that I did that I feel like was not I did bad or was I failed in some way or whatever. Then at least I understand the mechanism of it because you know it's the correct verdict for things, but for a lot of stuff, it doesn't have like a justice mechanism like that. Like I feel a lot of anxiety sometimes about a lot of things, but it's like I actually in every real way that matters. I have less to be anxious now in this point in my life than I've ever had in any time before in my life. So accordingly, one would imagine I should feel less anxious than I did in previous iterations of self, you know. But I don't know. Feeling stuff is so hard because they change so much. Like I'm not feeling particularly anxious now, but I got a forerunner of the anxiety when. So talking about what I'm gonna do after I stop streaming. I got this rush of anxiety, like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to deal with real life stuff again. There's nothing to deal with right now. I've been on top of everything. There's a couple of things that are still outstanding issues that I need to deal with, but not very many. And nothing that should really be inducing anxiety. It's hard to think your way into a state of mind that is both optimal for you and appropriate to the situation. But it'd be nice if one could do that, just kind of think oneself into that process. Instead, a lot of bad mental health things, which included for me like habits of negative self-talk. Those are defeating deliberative processes every time because they're happening like knowledge. They just come out. They're not. So of course, your deliberative process is to say this is irrational. You shouldn't do this. They're kind of at a structural disadvantage that makes them unable to get ahead of the thing, right? Regardless, things are just always and only getting better these days. It's understandable that not everything's going to change instantly. Alright, well, I'm pretty darn tired, as they say in Italy. But you didn't know that wasn't an Italian thing? Yeah, they're the ones who came up with that. I'm pretty darn tired. Do you know if you can be hypnotized? I don't know. Maybe I can be? I'm not sure. I already watched you, dude. I don't want to watch you anymore. Alright, well, I'm going to go to bed. I want to thank you all very much for being here tonight. I had a wonderful time and enjoyed your company. Until next time, I bid you the fondest of adieus. What day is it? Thursday? Friday? Goodbye, good night. Love you.